All right, so I have to restart. All right, there it is. I think it might be working. All right, there we go. Okay, let's get everything started from the beginning. All right, salute to everyone who's watching by King David YouTube channel. Salute to everyone watching by Left Up to Healing REA Facebook page. Salute to everyone watching by Truth Colors YouTube channel. Salute to everyone watching by Truth Colors Yeshaya Congo Facebook page. Salute to everyone watching by Yashayahu Facebook page. Salute to everyone watching by Bantu Yisalele Israelite Twitter account. Salute to all our first time visitors. Listen to everything as we are going to let everyone have a chance to speak who have a dealing with Uncle Kenny at this time. We are aware of the information that Mikhail Massa put out on his page. It's a good thing. It's like a beacon of light right now. So it gives us a chance to also produce the receipts of us dealing with Uncle Kenny. As of this date, I've still yet to see Uncle Kenny in his land. When I first touched down here, I didn't see him. I reached out to him when I first got here. I've been reaching out to him since I've been here. I have still yet to see him face to face. So if he's in the Gambia and I'm in the Gambia too, there's no way, shape, form, or fashion how is he going to be able to explain that part. Why hasn't he seen me? You know, so whatever took place early on before then, whatnot, I had nothing to do with that. But when I got here, and I've been making efforts to call me when I was in Arizona or everything like that, and I reached out to them, make sure everything was good for the most part. People have their different spats and whatnot, but still, when I got here, there was no reach out, no nothing. And I have receipts on that. I also have Josh, who I talked to, like, hey, have you talked to Uncle Kenny? It was times when I was in Arizona and I was like, hey, man, you know, Uncle Kenny said he's going to get back with me. And people be laughing like, I just got to talk to Uncle Kenny like 20 minutes ago. So what? Well, he told me that he's going to get back with me when he get a chance or something. This was when I was in Arizona. He was already in the land. So what was that about? So I'm saying, so everyone wants to spin around something and make everyone seem like they're just innocent, right? Until it says that, I can bring up the screen, bring up the word with the scriptures, like a person seems very justified until a cross examiner comes by with other evidence or other information. Now we start to see everything unfold before the people's face. All right. It was money that was unaccounted for Passover. None of that was brought out on Mikhail Massa's page. None of that. None of the things that was brought up is just always making person seem like they're always innocent in the matter, and I'm the one that is a victim. Okay, so we're going to lay everything out in a respective manner. We're going to have receipts. We're going to also have even one of our own who was actually addressed by Uncle Kenny, whatnot, for a certain amount of money, you know. And we're going to just keep bringing it out. We're trying to get to the end of this. We also have a care package that we was already putting together for Uncle Kenny. We've been talking about this for like weeks ago, at least about a week or two ago, before we knew anything about this. We got this all in this group that we're in that has the receipts of when the date was actually talked about getting this thing to him before this came about. So we have receipts in the house today. So for those who are here in Goshen, hold on to your seats. For those who don't know to make the move or not, this could be your try moment. if the Bible says that in the time of adversity, if you begin to, wobble, shake, it says that your strength is small. Meaning what? You're weak. Point blank simple. That's what the word say. So if this does not strengthen your resolve or weakens your resolve, stuff like this weaken your resolve, you're a weak person to begin with. Point blank simple. Because where we come from school hard knocks. I mean, I came from where a pastor literally would tell you to your face, like, look, you weak. And if you start crying about that, you are weak. I don't know what to tell you. My mental is not going to be from like, oh, it's okay. No, my mental is going to always be from a military, like bombs dropping everywhere. I ain't got time. Like, could you please step off to the side? Incoming bullets. No, it's going to be like, move. It's incoming. Move, duck. It's not going to be touchy-feely. It's not going to be that. It's going to be straight up military. We on the ground. You got someone shooting at you. Ain't got time to be talking nice to you. I'm going to be like, move. Do you not see this bullet coming? Or I might be jumping down. You might break a bone or something like that. Why? Because I'm preserving your life. We can go ahead and banish up your bone, whatnot, but you still living to be another day. That's what the Bible says. Even Paul says that anyone who literally tries to think about this life is unfit to be a soldier. We're going to bring all this stuff out. So anyone want to be on this weak pansy, Nancy pansy, that's on you. But you ain't living the Bible. The Bible is talking about this time of it being military. Now, if you've never been in the military, you ain't got nothing to say. Now, if you've been in the military, people know what I'm talking about. Like, hey, he right about that one. When you come up in there, they tell you about number one, this is not your mama, this is not your daddy, this is not your auntie, this is not anyone that's on any kind of lovey-dovey feeling mode. Everything goes on, this need to be done. We don't care if you're tired, we don't care if you're sleepy, we don't care what it is, but something's going to be done. And they're dealing with you in your emotions. The number one first thing in the military is to learn to grab hold of your emotions. If you let your emotions rule you, you will be destroyed. So the number one rule in military, emotions have no ruling in the war. None. You have to be able to be of a sober mind. In fact, when they was crying with David, they was ready to kill him. Because they lost all their family. Like, man, we was out messing with you and lost our whole family. They mind felt that they could not cry no more. They cried till they could cry no more. And after that, it was ready to kill David. Because it was filled up with emotions. David could have been like, oh my goodness, they're about to kill me. He's like, wait a minute, hold up. Let me talk to the Father real quick. And he said he had to encourage himself in the Father. He didn't let his emotions get the best of him. After they cried out, he was like, all right, look, I need to seek the Father on this. All right, I understand that everything's been taken away, but I need to consult my Father. What is the next step? Is there any need for us to go after them and we don't recover them all? So we need, number one, I need to find out strategy. Father, if I go down here and will I recover all? Will I lose anybody? Father said, you will recover all, you won't lose any. And he told him to go. This is the same situation. Father is leading all of this. So we're going to go ahead and hit the intro, and we're going straight into this with the evidence and everything else. Let's go. All this should do is should strengthen your resolve, not weaken it. If it weakens it, I don't know what to tell you. You never had a resolve in the first place. I've seen many people in the so-called church walk away. And then like cause me to like, oh my goodness, because they left, I'm gonna leave too. Like, no. I've seen it too many times. Either it's gonna make you or break you. But
saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark into his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night who worship the beast in his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works, in death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded or who murders or is sexually immoral or uses witchcraft or worships idols or tell lies. They will be thrown into that lake of fire and burning sulfur. This is the second death.
Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Hey, Yahuwah says your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Multitude like the haters, not your haters, they're your fruit. Beats by other songs. Truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors. Ayy, when you learn the truth, it will set you free. Many are held captive, stolen identity. But let me just shoot the breeze, release you from Satan's squeeze. He's all like enemies, no matter the color you see. That truth frame, truth color.
All right, fam. Yeah. So different things is trying to shake Goshen. Hey, we could be shaken, stirred. Let me go ahead and bring some scriptures up real quick to encourage the populace, to encourage those who are in Goshen right now, that you need to see something. You know, we are pressed on every side, right? But you don't let this, take away your resolve. But the Father told you to get here, then dang going to be obedient. Don't let this mess you up. This is all it is. Father need to sometimes Father allow things to go through. You know why? To test your resolve. You know, if the Father said what he said, then you need to be obedient regardless of what's going on. If not, you're gonna have to pay for this when you step before him. What? All right, here we go. Gonna be Romans 8. Since they want to play. All right. There you go. Persecuted but not forsaken. We are hard pressed on all sides, but not crushed. Perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Struck down, but not destroyed. We always carry around in our body the death of the Messiah, so that the life of the word may also be revealed in our bodies. Meaning what? Some things are coming to do what? To deaden what needs to be deadened. So that what? So life can be given through the word. That's what it sounds like right here. We are hard pressed on all sides. That's like a seed that's been sown into the ground, but not crushed. You don't crush a seed that goes in the ground for it to grow, but it's going to be pressed on all sides. You got to pack in that seed nice and deep. You ain't going to see no light for a little bit. Then you pour water over it. Perplexed, meaning what? Don't know what's going on, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Struck down, but not destroyed. Where we always mean always, carry around in our body the death of the word. right? The death of the Messiah, so that the life of the word, or the life of him, may also be revealed in our body. How would it be revealed in our body? Meaning a manifestation of the word taking place from the inside out. Meaning the word is indestructible. And so when you get that word deep down on the inside of you, nothing, I don't care what you go through, will cause you to give up. That's what it means, persecuted but not abandoned, struck down but not destroyed. What is happening? It's the word on the inside of you. I have hope. I have desire. What the Father has said about me, what he has said about my situation, is going to turn about for my good, regardless of what it looks like, regardless of what it feels like. Sometimes without going through this, you don't know what it is. Some people just used to just having things, just giving, but you know what? I have to understand this. The Father was never like that. The Father told us to go over there and swing a couple of swords to have our land. And our people was not willing to do that. They wanted everything to be given to them. And that's not how the Father is. When you come down here to the land, let me look at y'all real quick. When you come here to the land, yes, it's going to be peaceful, all right? For the most part. But if you ain't willing to dig in and do your part, let's see what it's got. Scriptures on laziness. It's got scriptures on laziness, like it says, like a little folding of the hands and a little prayer. And he says, so will poverty come upon you like a wanted man, like an armed man, like a person who is robbing you. That's how poverty will come upon you if you do not do anything. That's the mentality of the Father in everything. So if some work needs to be done and you're not willing to go do it, then dang on it, when you're being robbed, you ain't gonna be having nothing to say. Let me show you. A little folding of the hands, a little prayer here, a little prayer there. So will your poverty come upon you as an armed man. Let me type those words in there. So will your poverty come upon you like an armed man. Right there. Like a robber. A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to rest, and poverty will come upon you like a robber, and a need like a bandit. A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands. Meaning what? If you always gotta rest, you always tired. These are sayings of the wise. To show partiality in judgment is not good. Whoever tells the guilty you are innocent, peoples will curse him and nations will denounce him. But it will go well with those who convict the guilty, and rich blessing will come upon them. An honest answer given is like a kiss on the lips. Honest answers. Complete your outdoor work and prepare your field. After that, you may build your house. Let's look at that again. Complete your outdoor work and prepare your field. So before anyone tries to build anything, you got to first lay down a foundation. If you think you're just going to come in and think you're just going to start building a house and you don't have no foundation laid, you are fooling yourself. You are about to run into a whole bunch of problems. After that, you have done the outdoor work, removing the rocks, removing the debris, getting the dirt, getting the land, flat enough, for you to actually start digging, dig enough, a deep enough hole to actually lay the foundation inside of it, making sure that everything is even keeled, and then laying the cement into the ground, to actually begin to building your house, that must need to be done first. Make sure everything is measured properly. That must be done first. That is the outdoor work to prepare the field. After that, you may build your house. Most people come into the land and they expect that they're going to do that. After that, you can build your house. They want to come in and build a house without the first part being taken care of. Do not testify against your neighbor without cause, and do not deceive with your lips. Do not say, I will do to him as he has done to me. I will repay the man according to his work. I went past the field of a slacker, and by the vineyard of a man lacking judgment. Thorns had grown up everywhere. Thistles had covered the ground, and the stone wall was broken down. I observed and took it to heart. I looked and received instruction. A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to rest, and poverty will come upon you like a robber and need like a bandit. You notice he said he saw thorns. If you're wondering like, man, I'm not about to do them thorns. I'm not about to get out here and do all that. Then guess what? You're going to suffer. If you don't see a need, when you come out here and don't think you have to work, or, have, some different things like getting the water, all those kind of things, and expect it just to be smooth and everyone's just going to do it for you, I can tell you right now, nowhere like that in the Gambia is that anywhere prevalent. When you come out here, you will see even little kids out here selling something. They're trying to sell little fans. Hey, they're working all the time. And usually sometimes we try to, saying they may not make a sale and all like that. So we try to, encourage them to keep on going, like that, to keep doing what they're doing. So donations or whatever, like people might buy a fan from them or something like that, to keep them going. But we understand that even the little kids out here understand that, hey, I have to do something. We seen where mothers got their kids out here selling vegetables. Someone out here has a hustle somewhere at all times. Someone is selling fruit. You go to a fruit stand, you seeing it all the time. Someone is selling something. You have cab drivers. This place is almost like New York. It never, and I mean never, ever, 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 ever sleeps. Never sleeps. There is no Sabbath here in the Gambia. They are always working. They might pause 5 times in a day to go bounce their head on some cement to go pray. But to literally pause for a day where there's no work going on in any store is unheard of. I have not seen it yet. On their so-called Sabbath, everyone is still working in some shape, form, or fashion. Everywhere. So they believe in work. So if anyone in Goshen do not believe in work, this is not going to work for you. I don't care if you go to the so-called Congo, go to Angola, South Africa, Kenya, anywhere. There's going to be something you will have to do in order to contribute to where you're at. If you're in a community works with people working together. If you was to jump into your car and the gears is not moving, is it going to drive you anywhere? Unless you got an autonomous car, automated car, like a car that's going to be an auto car that's just going to drive itself. They're working on that right now. But even still with that, the gears have to be moving for something to be driving you around. Nothing works without work. Nothing. So we're going to let those who have been with Kenny more so, and those who have dealings with Uncle Kenny come up here and tell you their take. So we're going to have Carla, we're going to have Devin, we're going to have even Doris, who've had dealings, and even Josh, who is a friend of 5 to 6 years. And plus we have different receipts in the different groups of us actually coming up with a care package for Uncle Kenny, regardless of the stuff that's happened inside of Goshen. That means people know that's taking place. Please.
Kasabi, everyone. I was going to just dove into this, just to give you some back history. Kenny and I we're put in position to work together on mainly on Goshen leadership, and for the most part, we work very well together. And so naturally, coming into the land, it was agreed that we would come ahead first. And Devin and I came first. I think it was May 18th we arrived, and Kenny came 2 weeks later, right? 2 weeks later. And the agreement was, before he came, actually, there was an opportunity for him to have employment through a family member of mine. And there was no, it was a project that was to take place in the Gambia. And he was to take on a project manager position, and that was all pending on if this project was to be successful. The agreement was that even if things didn't pan out with employment, that he would be guaranteed to have room and board and food and all those kinds of things. And so when he arrived, that's what had occurred. I was staying at a compound, a very nice compound, when we got here, and he stayed with us. And he had everything provided for. He had his food provided for. I mean, when you come, you want to enjoy the restaurants and stuff. So he was eating out twice a day with us, and enjoy some of the nightlife, those kinds of things. And that went on maybe for maybe a month, and then we moved into a more permanent lodgings together. And as over time, was noticing that we're in the land, but we don't know anybody. We're all we're alone in Africa, and I'm noticing that I'm actually taking on the responsibility. I'm handling everything. And he would tell me that he just can't do much. He's feeling blind in a strange land, but we're all blind because we're in the same boat. But I ended up doing a lot myself, and as a result, I took ill here and there a few times. But to get into where things start to get a little sticky, a little bit stressful, would be when we went to our third lodgings, and that would be, I would say we moved from. Actually, I want to go back to our second compound, because we met a couple there. The couple that he's living with now, we met them. They were living in the back, and they approached us and they befriended us. And actually, this is significant to mention that we had a falling out over this couple, because I didn't feel that we could trust them. I was picking up on a few things, and would tell them that we need to assess them and just evaluate who they are, what's their agenda. And that would be just from other people from the diaspora that we met. They would tell us that you have to check the people that you're dealing with. Be careful what you tell them. Be careful who you're bringing into your home, those kinds of things. And so we had begun to socialize with them. Some of the locals would also gather in the compound, and Kenny would speak to them. But there wasn't a whole lot discussion about, promoting, the king and, who the king is of the book and that kind of thing. It was more a lot of emphasis on himself and, what his position was. And so that was sort of happening. But anyway, as we're socializing with these people while we're staying in this compound, I was approached with a situation, and I got the impression that I was going to be asked for money from this couple. And so lo and behold, ended up being that they needed money. The young lady, she was pregnant and needed to get to the hospital. The hospital is quite far away. So I ended up donating money to them. But as we depart them, I am telling Kenny, I said, I really think we need to be careful. I said, I get the impression that the money they're asking for has nothing to do with medicine or hospital. It has to do with paying their rent. Unbeknownst to myself at the time, and now confirmed as of late, that the realtor that I do know, who was responsible for getting them into the apartment, verified that they could not pay the rent around that time. So that's what really the money was for, and they didn't really come forth. For some reason, Kenny felt that I was out of order for saying what I said in terms of us checking this couple, and he basically verbally attacked me, had an argument with me in public in a big parking lot. There's a grocery store up from the compound, and he called me, like Jezebel, and I think I'm better than everybody else. I don't trust anybody. I had to remove myself from him because he got quite intense. I went to the other side of the parking lot, and he started yelling that he's a prophet. He is a witness. And he was claim, he would say, Father, cause this to happen to her, cause that to happen to her. So I walked back to the compound, and walked back to the compound, and I contacted King to let him know what was happening with that. And so that was one little, I guess, a major red flag for me, for my daughter, for him staying in our home with us. That there was some concerns there. But we, the next day, we made amends, and had to carry on. He would just say strange things, but like to me, like that the father told him that this living arrangement would be for permanent, it's forever. The father said it's a permanent assignment. When I would check in with King on that, King would say, don't know what he's talking about. So little strange things would start to happen. He would also claim a lot of times that the father would come down and sit on him, and it was hot. And he'd always say, Father, no, don't sit down right now. It's hot, right? And those kinds of things. So that was another red flag too, because I'm thinking, if the father was coming down, we would feel it too, to a certain extent. But so that was a little bit strange. But anyway, so when we got to our, actually my sister arrived too, because she would have been the employer, a potential employer. Her project, just so her project still has not been lifted off the ground. We're now 7 months in, there still is no project. And just to go backtrack a little bit too, there was no terms and conditions, there was no job offer signed, there was no agreement, no contract made between Kenny and my sister regarding the job. It was based on, as this would go as planned. And nobody knew at the time if Kenny had financiers or not. In fact, I remember him when he first arrived, he blew a lot of money on getting dashiki suits made. So I'm assuming he had a little bit of money if he's had all these, because it's not inexpensive. It can cost you quite a bit of money to have clothing tailored here. So he had a good 8 or so, maybe 6 to 8 outfits made, and that's what he spent his money on and blew it. So nobody really knew his financial situation. It was just that there would be a potential job opportunity, but if not, and also his ticket was paid for. My sister paid for his ticket to come into the land, and it was a round trip to Canadians. We have a different travel exploitation restrictions and expectations, so we had to buy a round ticket for him, and I think that was like $1,600 round trip. And even with that, he complained to me that she didn't pay for his passport. And I just said, I didn't know that was part of your agreement. And I said, I know nothing about that. But he kept going on and complaining that she should have paid for the passport too, because he felt that, he shouldn't have been responsible for that cost. So anyway, so when my sister came, what he presented to her online in Arizona as far as his skills was not evident here in the land. And also I was starting to see different behaviors and just different characteristics that didn't measure up to what he said he was, as far as his resume and what his qualifications were. We would even actually go out and look at compounds, and usually when a man goes out, he's got the skills he says he had, we're looking at compounds to rent, which those compounds included him to live there as well. He never had any input as far as, infrastructure or foundation or windows, security, it was always the females doing that. He's just sort of hung back. So, if someone's going to be your employer, they have a chance to start to assess whether or not you're going to be a good fit for their project. And it turned out that, maybe something else for him when the project was to lift off the ground. And like I said, it still hasn't, we're 7 months in, we're now in December, and the project still hasn't started. So in July, we moved into an apartment. And I remember letting him know, I said I had to, I couldn't include you in the accommodation. I had to put Devin and I down. When I put a third person down, it came out to $3,000 for the month. I said, I can't afford that. So I said, you kind of have to be incognito, lay low, because the landlord lives below us. And I said, I don't want to get charged. He was agreeable to that, but he ended up spending all of his time in his room. Start to shut down a little bit. And I understand too, it was hard for him. I'm getting that. I was not insensitive to the fact that it was hard. He was starting to struggle, but he stayed in his room a lot. So we ended up having to take food to the room, bring him food, bring him water. And a lot of times too, he only wanted water because he would say he's fasting. So, he wouldn't take the food. At that time too, I got really, really ill, and I think I was off my feet for three weeks. And so the provisions that I would normally go and get for everybody, it wasn't happening. And, wasn't able to go to the bank or whatever. So my daughter ended up, whatever was in the house, in our apartment, she would cook whatever she could, and she would offer it to Kenny. And because there was some rumors, or I happened to know factually that, he was telling people back in America that I was starving him. And that was greatly embellished and not true at all. And so I just wanted to clear that up. He was offered what was available. And in fact, when we were eating out, he was always paid for. We would go enjoy the restaurants, eat out twice a day in the very beginning. And I think when maybe my provisions started to run out a little bit, then he's like, oh, I'm not getting the food I was getting. Well, we weren't getting it either. We had to cut back. And then, so I'm ill. My daughter, my sister are kind of looking in on me, but Kenny didn't really offer to help. I mean, mind you, he had to stay kind of hidden, but at nighttime he could have easily gone across the street to help with bringing water over, or those kinds of things, bring resources in, but was solely dependent on me to do everything. And I became very tired, like really exhausted, trying to get us settled with resident cards, bank accounts, and always trying to find different places to live. We had to move 3 times or coordinate the luggage. And in that time, I'm realizing that, Kenny's not really doing much to help out, but also claiming that, the Father sent him to be my protector. That wasn't happening. And I also when you come, the land has its challenges too. Taxi drivers like to take advantage of the diaspora and those from the West. And so I was always fighting with the taxis for a fair price, knowing that people are coming, are going to have a problem if you don't stand up for your rights with not being financially taken advantage of. And Kenny would not step in to support me. He would allow these men to yell at me, and sometimes they'd take their fist at me. He wouldn't do anything. Down at the market, very busy market with 5,000 shops, I had 2 local shop owners come at me, and he just stood there and let them yell at me. I got hit by a car. He just stood back. And so, I'm starting to question, are you protecting or what? Are you supposed to, you keep saying you're security? It just wasn't happening. And there was no contribution in the household. I knew he was low on funds, never asked him for anything. I would actually, when I would take out money, I would actually give him Delassies. In the event we would get separated, that he had money. And then I would find out that he was putting up Facebook posts about a woman giving a man an allowance. And so he's under my roof, but yet he's slandering me and criticizing my gestures towards him as a woman. I guess he'd always refer to a women being Jezebels. But the intent was, if we got separated for whatever reason, that he had money, right? So he could travel by taxi or whatever he had to do. So I'm ill and I'm growing tired, seeing that I'm having to do everything, take all the initiative, looking for apartments because I knew we had to get into something more, a more permanent dwelling. So I'm out there trying to find an apartment. trying to get the lawsuits together for that, because I think it's a lot of money, it's tangibly like a lot of money you got to get a hold of just to make a small purchase. It's big. It's a lot of dollars. You have to take money out of the bank every day, or trying to arrange a money transfer. And at the time, because I was by myself, I didn't know who to trust, so that was hard too. And so, in all honesty, there were times where I would snap at him, and my sister would snap at him too and say, like, look, like, can you take out the trash once in a while? And he would say, what do you mean by the trash? And what do you mean you don't know what trash means? Well, we mean take out the garbage. Take out the garbage, or the water. Sometimes the water goes off here, and go get the water, because that they would bring heavy buckets. We couldn't lift them, and he would just walk past them, and he wasn't at all alert of the needs of maybe that the female might need in the house, and just little things like that were happening. Or he would make comments in front of our landlord, would have been Caucasian, and he would make statements about maybe lacking of skills that I had, or maybe my sister had, or what have you, in front of them. It was just very, very kind of slanderous on an ongoing basis, either in front of us or online, etc. So I think we had a few indifferences here and there, but a lot of it was just me advocating for him to help out more. And also noticing that he wasn't really doing much in the land as far as advocating for, who Goshen is, who the king is. There was very little of that going on, and very little of anything going on, in fact, except for that he was just blind and, needed, to find his way. So to make a long story short, because I'm babbling on here, we actually got an apartment finally. And I did inform him that, that there is an apartment. And mind you, it's just me and my daughter. That's my family here right now. And so I made sure that there was a 3-bedroom apartment, knowing that he is shelter. I have to provide shelter for him, and, a dwelling for him to live. And so till this day, we have a picture of the room in my apartment, because we're filming live from my apartment right now. There's a 3rd bedroom in my apartment that is still vacant, because that was his room. When I informed him that we were going to be moving, I said, please pack up your stuff. I said, we're going to be moving into an apartment. I said, I finally secured something. He said, okay, good, very well. He packed up his stuff. I had asked him to go to the King Bakery just to avoid the landlord, who didn't know there's a 3rd person there. And he did all that. The locals that we got caught up with ended up moving us, and they got somebody to bring a van, and got everything packed into the van. And we got to the apartment, and then I'm noticing that he's sort of hanging back. But also on the drive over, he did inform me. He said, Carla, I got a job. I said, hallelujah, you got a job. That's wonderful, right? Congratulations. And he said, and so, yeah, I'm really excited about that. And he said, there might also be some accommodations for me to live. Maybe a room or something like that. And I said, okay. I said, all right. And so he says, so I'm going to look into that. And I said, okay. So we end up unloading everything in the van, bringing it up to the apartment. And suddenly he took his stuff back and put it back in the van. I said, what are you doing? And he said, he goes, I got a call. They told me that I can come and stay now. I can get that room now. And I said, are you 100% sure? I said, because Kenny, I don't want to find out that you're homeless here in the land somewhere. I said, so make sure it's legit, that you can trust these people, and that you legitimately have somewhere to go. He said, no, it's all legit, it's fine. So we end up taking him back to where these people are going to meet him. I'm assuming, I'm the impression he's got a job, he's got a room to stay, and okay, and he decides he wants to depart. That was his decision. And we drop him off. And I think I got a text. I'm going to try reading some of the correspondence between us. And in fact, even before he got his job, I find out he's got an interview. So I say, may the Father bless you with employment. I said, Devin tells me that you left. I didn't realize. I'm in bed ill, by the way, at this time. I said, I didn't know you had left. Devin told me you've left. How was your interview? He said it was good. Lots of people were there. He told me it's a position for an online service rep. And I said, hopefully you get the job. Anyway, going back to the day that he departed from us, I asked him, I said, did you get picked up? Because we had to go leave and get furniture for the apartment. I had that already scheduled. He doesn't answer me. He answers me late the next day and he says, hope things are going well. Sorry, just getting back, was tired and settling on Saturday, getting the Wi-Fi up and whatnot. Is it possible to meet you at the gas station at the turntable around 12 o'clock at lunch? Tia cash at me her airport pickup money, and I can go ahead and give you the Passover money as well. So I respond and I said, hi Kenny, so glad to hear you are okay. We were a little worried as you departed so quickly. I spoke with Tia to explain she only needed to pay for a deposit. I go into the details and I tell him, I said, I cannot meet you tomorrow. I said, but my sister will meet you and get the money and then we'll give it to King. He says, okay, well, he was well marked. We'll mark it for Passover. He goes, okay. He goes, I start work tomorrow, going to give her money during a quick break. Can't do lunch with her. Maybe next time we'll try to contact her. Thanks. Then he writes again. He goes, can you pass the info? Can you give me her information? I don't have it. Can you give it to me? And I said, well, my sister has your WhatsApp. She will contact you. He said he's working from 10 to 4. And I said, she will meet you for 12 o'clock at the turntable. He gives me a thumbs up. Then he writes me on August 30th, and he says, just found out we, meaning him and I, will not be able to break away as I thought. I am not sure how long training is, might even stay over to get a better understanding since I am not really computer savvy. I already WhatsApped Christine and let her know, sorry for the inconvenience, I will catch up with you with my schedule when it becomes more clear and concrete. And just to confirm, my sister never ever got any correspondence from him. He said that he contacted her. He never did. Okay. And I said, hi, Kenny, if I read correctly, are you telling me you need to return temporarily? ? I was not clear as you also mentioned your work schedule and messaging Christine and other things. He does not respond to me. So I reach out again 2 days later. I say, have not heard back from you. Are you needing to return? ? Let me know, Carla. He writes back, a little later and he says, no, I am fine, thank you. And that's it. That's the last correspondence from him, which would have been August 31st. September 14th, because I've been calling him I think I called him a couple of times on WhatsApp, maybe messaged him, he didn't respond. So it's Tuesday, September 14th, I send him a text and I say, hi Kenny, just checking in on you. How are things with your new job? Are you managing okay? He doesn't answer me. Okay, so Kenny left here on his own, his own decision, his own free will. As I said, I still have, we're what, 4 months into the rental, and the room is still vacant because we got a 3-bedroom apartment thinking that he would be living with us. So, is that it? I think, you know what, and as far as, money is concerned, King talked about, we need to be a little bit careful with money because we realized that he was using people's Passover money for his own personal use. And so without asking or even divulging that, I'm in a personal financial situation right now, he just went ahead and took the money and still hasn't paid it back yet. So he may not have had a job, but he had a shelter, he had a roof over his head, he had food, he had water. And yes, maybe, I was cranky at times because, he wasn't really doing anything to contribute in the household. I never ever asked him for any money, but I did ask that he would help out, and he never ever did. So, so if we had indifference, it would have been because of the struggle of trying to get someone to do their, do your part, right? Do your part. I'm going to pass it over to, do you want Devin to come on and speak now? You have nothing to, what did I touch on? Oh, okay. Do you want to just confirm? Okay. Okay, come. All right, Goshen. We're going to have Devin come on.
Hello, Goshen. So a lot of it's just reiterating what my mom said. Everything that she stated is true. I witnessed everything that sort of everything that kind of occurred. So I'm just verifying and without bias everything that she said regarding housing, regarding him leaving on his free will, and everything else. So that's pretty much all I have to say.
I'm not going to be here before you too long. I just want to kind of elaborate a little bit on Kenny Booker, my experience and my communication I had with him as well. I haven't dealt with him to the extent that Carla have, because as a matter of fact, he was living here with her, so I know that she could have went more into depth about her experience with Kenny. But from looking at and listening to Carla, what she was saying, I seen that Kenny was taking, she took good care of Kenny while he was here. I believe that. Why I say that, because when I stayed here with Carla for a little while, she took good care of me. I didn't go lacking in anything, and no doubt I don't believe that Brother Kenny went lacking in anything while he was here. And I felt that she did whatever she could to support him. So why he left, I don't know. But my experience with him and my communication with him was, I do have receipts on my phone, and I'm gonna read you some of the messages that I communicated with Kenny all the way up to even. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Yes. So sorry. Got it backwards. All right. So sorry about that. I hope y'all didn't miss anything. I'm sorry. Okay. Like I said, I don't know the total depths of what Carla went through, but I could truly say this: while I was here with her for the past few weeks with her, I had no problem. She took really good care of me, and I believe she did the same thing for Brother Kenny. Now, my communication with him was, and like I said, I do have receipts. I have information where I communicated with him on some instances about. Let me start with when I was looking for apartments for a place to stay. Okay, so at the time, Carla was looking into a nice place for me, a reasonable place for me and my husband for us to reside here. And so she came up with a good price for the apartment that I'm staying in now. So what happened was I think at the time I was talking to Carla and Kenny at the same time, and I think he was like looking into some apartments or whatever for me too as well. So what happened was, and okay, and I'm gonna, cause we said we got receipts, I want to make sure that what was said is accurate as far as the receipts here on Messenger when I contact Kenny. And I think this goes way back in August, I believe, because what happened was we were scheduled to arrive here in Gambia in September. So, we was trying to make that preparation for the apartment. So as I was talking with Carla about it, she had found me a good, reasonable place, and then Kenny came up with the place too as well. So what Kenny was telling me about this place, it sounded really kind of steep, and so I told Kenny I'm not able to, we're not able to or afford to pay that kind of money. So he said, what can you pay? So when he started asking me what can I pay, I started getting concerned. when he was asking me what can I pay. So when I told him what really the red flag that threw me up with that was when I said $4,500. So what gave me the red flag was when he was saying cash app him the money so he could give to the people, but I don't know who the people he was dealing with. He didn't give me who the people were they real estate or or who they were. He was just saying just cash at me the money, and that kind of threw a red flag to me. So I called back Carla and I talked with Carla about the situation. And matter of fact, what Carla had planned for me, I liked it a whole lot better. So I messenger Kenny back and I told him that I was going to go with what Carla had planned, the apartment. And so that's what I did. So this happened back in, like I said, King said it's always good to keep receipts. So I never did delete my messages. So here was a conversation I had with Kenny back in August. I think it was August. Here it is. I'm scrolling on my phone. I didn't delete anything, and I'm not going to be before you too long. This conversation was August the 19th of this year. And I asked him, I said, hey, bro, everything good? Because I was concerned and wanted to know, was he okay? And so he said, been struggling since I arrived. He said he'd been struggling since he arrived here in the land. I don't know what went down. So as I heard Carla giving her, being a witness to what happened, so it was just really not adding up because, Carla said she did everything she could to help him. But he said he'd been struggling since he arrived. He said been very bad for the past month, okay? And he said been bound to people who have no faith and plot against you, speak against the people, lie to suit their agenda. He said, my focus has been me finding a job and housing, have some locals trying to help, have a job interview today. May the Father will be done. Please keep this confidential between me and you, and thanks for asking. Keep me in prayer, and that's what I did. And I told him, most definitely will, bro, Kusabi, and his will be done. And he said, thank you so much, family. So, those are pretty much some of the conversations that I had with Kenny. Pretty much, what threw a red flag with me was when he was asking for $4,500 up front, and I wasn't comfortable with that, because I didn't know whether or not I could trust that, because all my inside was telling me not to do it, so I didn't do it. So I inboxed him or messaging him back and told him that I was going to go along with the plan that Carla had through the realtor that she had provided for me, and that's what I did. Recently, when I got here in the land, it was like we was trying to find Kenny so we can face him face to face, and I think that what King was trying to do, he was trying to do everything in his power to connect back with Kenny in the land. And we even went over to a compound where we thought he was at, but he wasn't there. So we couldn't find Kenny anywhere. So I don't know whether he was trying to avoid King or not, but he was trying to confront him face to face. So this is something that has been ongoing since the King been here in the land. So he have made no contact with Uncle Kenny, with Brother Kenny. So on maybe a week or two ago, and I'm gonna be finished. A week or two ago, I made contact. Kenny called me. Matter of fact, we talked through Messenger. We didn't actually talk voice to voice, but we talked through Messenger. And I'm going to read you all this conversation as well. Okay. This was, he made some attempt to call me, but evidently the Wi-Fi was not doing good that day. And this was on December the 15th. This goes back on December the 15th. So I said, Kusabi, Brother Kenny, we miss and all that. I'm trying to get in touch with you, as I know I'm here in the land, and I'm very concerned about your whereabouts. Can you please give me a call on Messenger? I'm here to help you in whatever way I can. I look forward to hearing from you. I pray it's very urgent that you do that. Kusabi, okay, this was on the same date, December the 15th at 11:22 a.m. Goshen Kusabi, Brother Kenny. Sorry I missed your call because evidently he tried to call me and I tried to inbox him back. I said, can you call me back, or is it okay I call you? Let me know. So he made an attempt again to try to call me. So every time he tried to call me, the call would never go through. So finally, he did send a message saying, Kusabi, hope all is okay. Now, remind you, this was December the 15th. So this hadn't been that long ago. So I'm just trying to read how he worded it. So you said, I guess that's what he was trying to say. It was urgent. How is the land treating you? And I told him the land was treating me well. And I asked him, trying to find out, contact him, where's his whereabouts? He would not tell me where he's at. And he said, this is his last word that he said to me, and I'm gonna let you all go. Been a spiritual and emotional test since arriving here. Trying to find income source. Thankful that Yah has sent people to help with housing, but nothing is free. Got to give them something soon. So I said, okay. So by him saying that, that's when King was trying to come up with a care package for Kenny to help Kenny in whatever way he can. So by me saying this, Kenny has not been mistreated. I think Carla and King have done everything in their power to reach out to King, to do whatever they can to help King. I mean, not King, but Kenny, reach out and do whatever they can to help Kenny in whatever way that they can. I just don't believe that Kenny has been mistreated by Carla in any other way, because when I was staying with her, she never mistreated me in any kind of way. She always made me feel welcome while I was here. So by that being said, that's pretty much the communication that I had with Kenny since I've been here in the land, trying to make that connection with him just to see is he okay, and to make sure that he come face to face with King, because he needs to do that. You know, he needs to, a lot of things need to be mended. So those are pretty much my communication I had with Brother Kenny. So Kusabi family, I hope that this information has been helpful. Kusabi.
And also, there was a change in position for Kenny back in, I think it was July. Was it July or August? And that's when there was significant changes emotionally for Kenny, but also just with his attitude towards King. He would speak very negatively about King, and he'd always tell me that the father needs to deal with him. He would not speak to King. King would always call and check on him, try to talk to him, and Kenny would always say that, you know, that King owes him an apology because of the fact that he felt he was humiliated. But if you go back on that, there was a live that came out about the second witness. The King made it clear that the father told him to put it out, right? Put it out on and deliver it to the people. So he was told, I know it was reiterated that, you know, he's still King's witness in the land. He still, you know, holds the other positions within Goshen leadership. And I remember him telling me he didn't want those positions. He didn't want them. He didn't want nothing to do with those. And so sort of started to see a little bit of his heart. I had started working with some of the realtors here just for trying to make some income for myself, and also knowing that, you know, people coming needed to have like a nice, smooth and transparent system, because there's a lot of corruption over here with renting and purchasing land and housing, and just, yeah, also what I went through too. So as I'm doing my logo and that kind of stuff, I told him, I said, like, I just feel like, you know, I have to call this like Ocean Black. It'll be a Ocean Black thing. And he told me I should not, because, you know, King's gonna try and take that away from me. His wife will take it away from me. From a legal standpoint, I should not get, you know, get involved with that, and I should name it something totally different. But there was just a lot of bashing on King on his behalf, and King was checking on him like every day, and he would not speak to him, would not talk to him. And when he got into the land, actually before even King got here, because we have a leadership chat, and he posted his ticket to say, okay, I'm coming, just a reminder at this time. He saw it, but he didn't say, hey, I'll see you. I asked him, I said, you're gonna come with me to greet King at the airport? Didn't respond. So there is an issue with holding position, or him feeling that he lost a position, but it was something that the father didn't give him. So we're now what? I think King's 3 months. Are you 3 months in the land now? Maybe 3 months. And he has tried to meet with him. And if, you know, in regards to money, there was a live that went out too, because we found out that different people were being approached for money on false pretenses that he, you know, that he was being starved, or he didn't have this and have that. And so King did put out that, you know, at this time, do not send him any money, and for that purpose. And also that, you know, Passover money had gone missing as well, that was left in his trust. So now, as of late, yes, we came together, those that are here, to put something together, any money to come in that King would direct it towards his living or whatever. But we can't do that because we see what he's done now, right? Where he's gone out to another group, one of those Bantu groups, I think under Mikel Massa, and reaching out to them. But again, you know, questioning whether or not he's embellishing, or is he fabricating over there with them, you know, falsehoods, and not giving and divulging the whole story. That is all, I think. Yeah. Okay.
I thank everyone for their patience through all this right here. We have also another one, Josh, who I speak to regularly. This is a friend of Uncle Kenny of 5 to 6 years. I mean, he worked with them. They were co-workers, literally. So they lived in the same place, the same area, the same state, everything. So he would know a lot more, you know what I'm saying, than what we would see with our own eyes, you know what I'm saying, per se. It's unfortunate that all this is happening. It really is. But you have to also look at what leads up to this, okay? So, number one, coming into the land, not expecting to work, not a good thing. So the same people who were giving Uncle Kenny praise, accolades, you know, over here he's getting, all right, we need your help. I mean, so we don't mind giving you food, but when we go out into the populace, you need to be talking about the kingdom. That was said in the video when he was anointed. Like, hey, you are to go into the land, you're going to be a witness for me in the land. All right, that we coming, rest of Goshen's coming, whatnot. That's work, right? But then it got to the point to where they both, Devin and, you know, saying Carter pretty much was like agreeing, like, he stopped doing that. So wait a minute. When we change with our conditions with the Father, did the Father stay the same with us, or did he become different with us? We all know the answer. Because if the Father stayed the same, there will be no need for us having this conversation right now, because everyone will be already in the land. We will still be from the Father's land right now. Still all in the Father's land, no problem, no going through no curses. We wouldn't have no one going through them being raped. Nobody got no grandmother stories talking about when my grandmother or my mother was raped by white men, and we would never have a history of us saying we shall overcome. What we're gonna overcome? Because this would not exist. There would be no history of the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots. There will be no history of people being burnt at the stake. There will be no history of us hanging from trees. There will be none of that if there was no conditions to the Father's love. None of that would exist. This would not even be happening right now. This would be something like, let me pinch my, oh, it's not even happening. It's not even real. Oh, but this is happening. You know why? Because the Father is conditional. Okay. So when we begin to change our conditions on actually worshiping other idols, Father's like, fine, go be with them. And that's what we're dealing with right now. It's the same as that thing. The conditions was, you're here to work. When people leave from the land of captivity, when you come over here, there will be some things you will have to procure. Everything is just not going to be just given to you. Even the Father said it to me. Everything is given to me once I procure land. Son, if I was to give you all the people, so the Father's going to give the people, but the work has to be, land has to be bought. That's right, I'm just going to go straight to the governor like, hey, look, give me land. No. So that means that, and then we see in the scriptures in Malachi where it says what? Bring all the storehouse in the tithe so there will be meat in my house. This is the house of the Father right now. We are literally in the house of the Father. And he's literally said that there's a curse on our lives because his house is in shambles. That's a literal thing. If I was to take this camera and go outside to the streets and let you see all out here, you'd be like, it'd be like teardrops. It'd be like just tears, just not tears of joy, but tears of what in the world? You'll see why the Messiah says, I left your house. He said, look at your house. He wasn't happy about that. He said, look at your house. Your house is desolate. I'm leaving your house while it's desolate. When I come back, it better not be this way. So there's work that has to be done here. The Father's always working. That's why he says man can work 6 days in a week. But on the seventh, you must rest. They don't even believe in that. They do not rest here. There is no rest. So therefore, if the land does not rest, it gets run down. It becomes very desolate. The Sabbath is put into place for us and also for the land, so the land can get rest. Just like we need sleep, the land needs rest too. But they don't know about that here. And anyone who's here can tell you, like, they don't rest. Right now, there's someone working. Right now. All throughout the night, there'll be someone working. All the way till early in the morning, there'll be someone working. all day long. It's just like this. There is no rest. Therefore, the land is always using its resources. Always. The land never has any time to replenish its resources because it's never given any time to do it. So therefore, there's a major curse in the house, which means what? The house is desolate. So then the Father makes it a commandment for all the people who can hear my voice to give. Why? So this place right here, and we know exactly where to go. The places like Jufere Island or Kuta Kinte Island, that's our home. Goree Island, that's our home. All the places where we see the statue raised at, that's home. Now it makes sense now. So you see the banner up in the background, it's literally a marker of where our home is. Let me ask you a question. Where is this at in the Congo? Can we locate a statue with this in the Congo that they'll be talking about? We found it in Nigeria. We found it in Goree Island. We found it in Goree Island in Senegal. Senegal is where we just now here recently brought up that a lot of slaves came from the Senegal region. Where is this at? From Judah. Wait a minute, hold up. That means Judah was located in Senegal. And it says we just procured slaves from the Senegal region. 6 ships came from Judah, from the Senegal region, meaning this is the place where King David was born. The Messiah was born, meaning this is the house of the Father that's talked about in Malachi Maccabee. I mean, in the book of Malachi. So we got in the book of Malachi where the Father says, my house is desolate. Therefore, the whole house, everywhere else, there's a curse. There's a curse. You curse with the curse because my house lies desolate. Bring all the tithe into the storehouse that there might be meat in Senegal, meat in the Gambia, meat in the place where we put the meat. Now it ties in perfectly with, son, if I was to give you all the people right now, where would you put them? Meaning what? You have to have money coming in. Why? To purchase land. And then once you have the land, I'm going to send even more people. That's going to happen. And this little blip ain't going to stop nothing. That was said before Uncle Kenny would come here. This was said years before I would know what I know now. That was said like in 2017. When the Father said, if I was to give you all the people right now, where would you put them? That don't stop nothing. Don't care what comes out, what happens. That don't put a damp in that. This has already been written down before this will ever come up. So now we're bringing out receipts. Now I'm going to need to go into my Truth Colors, bring out the different receipts to show you the room right now that's literally vacant. All it's been now is holding is bags. And once we bring that out, then what? Now we start bringing out bags, we're going to bring on Josh. Let me send him that invite now so he knows to get ready. If you don't want your information to be, if you go to a site, looking up coats or whatever it is, and you don't want to see the same coat you was trying to look at all over Facebook, all over the different places that you can go travel, and you see the coats as your ads now, then use DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo does not hold any of your information, so therefore they won't be having all the different ads that you don't went to. If you don't look at a certain house, you ain't gonna have these kind of ads for houses show up on your site or show up because they're looking into your information. So if you want to have your privacy of what you want to look at, then download DuckDuckGo. And it doesn't hold anything. So we can look up skateboards. And you're not going to see it again in Facebook or anywhere else because they don't hold any of that kind of information. Let me send Josh the invite now. It's a little bit different when you get into these things. So like when you start to say something and then you start to see the information that comes out, like, wait a minute, hold up. Everything is not what was being put out, and that's what we try to show people. I know he said he was trying to charge up his phone for a little bit, so I had to try to give him some kind of time to do that. All right. So here is the room. That is for Uncle Kenny. All right, now here are now in the Gambia, it's not like it is in America, okay? You have to pay per person who's in the room, who's in the house, all right? Same thing, you know, saying you have to pay per person. So it's not like, all right, well, I have a household of 5 or a household of 3, okay, it's still one price. No, the price changes upon the many heads you have coming in. Now, they don't do that in America, but they do that here. So for, you know, Carla and Devin to actually have this extra room, but it's not being used for what it was used for, is literally like I don't want to say a waste of money, but it's like they literally could have saved that money for whatever if it was just going to be them two, but he never let that information be noted or let that be known that he was actually going to go split. And as you can see that he split on his own, he just, for whatever his reasons were, he decided to split. But here is the room right here, and it's bigger than this, right? But now you can see it's just the suitcases is now in the room because this would have been Uncle Kenny's room right here. This is his room. This is the room he would have been in, right? Here it is, the correspondence between him and Uncle Kenny and Carla. Friendly customer service rep for online business coming into the street now. Hope things going well. Sorry, just getting back. Was tired and selling on Saturday. Wi-Fi just came on. Is it possible to meet you at the gas station at the turntable? Did you get picked up? So this will be Carla's, and then this will be Uncle Kenny right here. So you got the U. And here's the next one. Hi, Kenny. So glad to hear you are okay. We were a little worried as you departed so quickly. I spoke with Tia to explain she only needed to pay the deposit and to consider the 35 towards her Passover dinner. So that will be held in with Uncle Kenny as well. As Noah expects 25 in USD, as you know, I'm out. I am out tomorrow for furniture shopping, but Christine will meet you on my behalf for 12 at the turntable, and she would like to take you for lunch. She said she will contact you on WhatsApp if that's okay. So there is, action being put towards to meet Uncle Kenny. For whatever reason he doesn't meet up, that is his reasons. Okay, we'll mark it for Passover to meet up. So that will be around what? October 1st. Okay, start work tomorrow. Going to give her money during a quick break. Can't do lunch. Maybe next time we'll try to contact her. Thank you. You. No, that's probably not it. Probably Uncle Kenny probably just didn't want to be bothered. So he didn't go. And that would just be the real truth. I mean, y'all don't know that, but I'm just telling you, like, all right, I don't want to be bothered with that. So I'm gonna make up something right now and say, oh, I can't go. Can you pass the info alone? Don't have her info. See, he don't really want to talk to her. So he says, like, can you pass the info to her? Because if he really wanted to go and really wanted that dinner, he would have took his behind. And let me look at y'all real quick. When you gotta go to work, you may not want to go to work, but if you don't go to work, you know you don't eat. So dang going and you gonna get y'all, I don't care how tired. Just don't feel like going right now. I go. If I don't eat, man, if I don't go work, these kids don't eat, man, I go. I gotta muster up some strength and go. You gonna go. You don't have a choice in the matter. And when you hungry, we done seen people hungry. They eat out the garbage can, like, man, you know what? They don't care what nobody think. I mean, yeah, it's like 2 or 3 days old, but you know what? So if he's really hungry, as he has claimed to be, he will be meeting up with Christine for this dinner. But the fact that he has options not to show up shows he's not hungry, really. Shows he's not really lacking anything, really. Because when you are hungry, then you're going to show up. You're going to be there. You're not going to, you ain't going to just take him, someone going to just blow off. You're not going to do that. No one does that. And that is coming from a standpoint of what is real. Everyone knows that. Blow off a couple of days of work. Go and blow it off. Just continue to keep blowing off. Keep blowing off. Keep blowing off. See if you have a job. Ain't nobody going to do that. You already know. So people could play like they want to play and act like they don't know what real situations is. But we all know what the real deal is. And everyone knows I'm going to come from the real standpoint. I'm going to come straight to the nitty gritty where your knuckles turn bloody. That's how I'm going to come with everything, So when you're looking at these messages, think about it from a standpoint. Is this person really hungry? Does this person really want what they want? Are they really seeking? Because we see here that she has offered food. We see now it's being literally refused. And then instead of him, relating to her, trying to find out, like, look, you know what, I want to thank you for it, whatnot. He said, could you pass the information along? Could you? When he could have just easily just showed up to the diner to eat. But he's refusing anything that is coming this way. And then we find out later on, watch this, He thought there was no work here. He didn't want to do no work here. And then he ends up going over there where they was giving him all this praise and accolades and had to do work there too. His work was what? Trying to get money from you. Can you send something? Can you give something? That would be the work that they would have him doing for them to stay in their place. When he already has a place here, all he has to do is work here. But Kenny was not really trying to do that. And I know this when I was over in Arizona. The one who actually took care of the place there was at when Uncle Kenny and them was in the place was Carla. She cooked, she cleaned, she made sure everything was done. That's what she did when her and Kenny was living together. Yeah. So she was living there with him, but she pulled her weight by cleaning and cooking. Over Kenny, all he did was just pay the bill to Ashley for them to stay. That was it. So then it'll be vice versa. Now she's over here paying for everything. Now she needs him to help. Hey, bring her some water. Hey, could you do this? I mean, it's the same thing. I'm sorry, he could say how he wants to say it, but it's the same way. When Arizona, I saw with my own eyes, witness what was going on there in Arizona. I saw her cook, clean. Other people who came over saw her cook, clean, keep the place clean. All Kenny did was just pay for the place to be there. Now, when they come to the land, the shoe's on the other foot. She's paying for the place to be here. Now his job is do what? Help what he can help with. And all she's asking, hey, could you help me when we out doing videos for Goshen? You know, trying to get people to the land. Could you help? He's just tagging along, doing nothing. Everyone knows that if they had a kid that's able-bodied, everyone is in the storage trying to move something or whatnot. If you have kids or have anyone who's not able to do anything, what you gonna do to them? You gonna just leave them right there in the way, or are you gonna move them out the way? You're gonna like, look, I need you to sit over here because y'all in the way. We over here working, trying to get this done, but you're constantly in the way. Now, either you can help or you can just sit out over there and I can still continue to keep doing this on my own like I've been doing. And that's real talk. And that's what it came down to. So, can't do lunch. Maybe next time we'll try to contact her. Thanks. We'll try to contact her. That's 7:29 p.m. But then real quick, within a minute, can you pass the info along? Don't have her info. So then why would you say we'll try to contact her? What he said, I'm telling you how it was. He'd be like, he thought in mind, was like when he talked to her, when she said he was like, I don't want to do that. He was like, okay, we'll contact her when I get a chance. And then he knows in his mind, but in his heart, he has no desire to reach out to her. I know what I know. He has no desire. He's just speaking. He's just speaking to be speaking, but he don't have any desire to reach out to Christine already in the conversation. None. And then you can see a minute later, he says, could you pass on the information? Because he doesn't want to talk to Christine. But instead of saying that, he literally puts it up there like, oh, well, I will try to reach out to her to tell her. Then literally a minute later, could you pass on the information? Why? So I don't have to. He don't want to do anything. Don't have her info. Now he knows he does not ask. Look at this. I don't have her info. You just said you're going to reach out to her. Then the next thing is, I don't have her info. Do you have it so I can? That's what a person does who works, who actually wants to do something. They're going to ask you if you have it. Hey, I don't have it. Do you have it? Can you pass it on to me so I can call her up and let her know, thank you for your kind gesture, but I cannot meet with you. You don't want to do nothing. It's right there. So people can say what they want to say, but everything right here is playing out before your face, and it shows you a person who didn't want to do anything. Even down to even when a meal is being given to you, you don't even want to have to talk to the person who's giving the meal to you to say, I don't want to talk. I don't want to have the meal with you. Doesn't mean you don't have the info. You can actually ask for the info so easily. Notice in the scripture, it does not, notice right here, he does not ask for the info. Now, in my dealings with people is like, you know what? I don't have this info. And they really want to talk to him. What they're going to ask me next? Do you have it? If you do, can you please pass it along to me? Oh, sure, okay. All person might do is like, well, I don't know if the person wants to give it to me. That's how some people do. And they said, well, let me contact them and let me know if it's okay to give you their info. And after they get it squared away, do you mind if I give the info over to so-and-so? Oh, sure, go ahead. Because I'm supposed to be taking them out anyway. Okay, cool. And they give that info anyway. She said it's okay for me to give you the info. Here it is. Or he said it's okay for me to give you info. Here it is. We know how that goes. So Uncle Kenny knows this too, because he's older than majority of us. So therefore, he will understand that thing, but he wants to play in your mind like he noticed that's left out of the picture. It's left out of the loop. Only what's being said is only what make his light look good. That's it. That's not a person coming for the truth. That's not a person trying to be outright. That's not that. It's a person trying to sympathize or try to get sympathy for without him having any fault in it at all, right? So by itself, everyone knows how you deal with situations like this. You ask for a number if you don't have it. She has your WhatsApp and will contact you. So now it goes on again to where she's going to reach out. Christine's going to reach out to her, and this is at 8:00 p.m. Then he says what? 10:04 means what? Okay, because he doesn't have any desire to meet with her. That's how Uncle Kenny gets. She will meet with you for 12 p.m. at turntable. No desire. And instead of saying, hey, I'd rather not meet with her and say that, he hides behind the words of maybe next time. Because if Uncle Kenny really want to go, he gonna go. Oh yeah. If he want to go, he gonna go. Ain't nothing gonna stop Uncle Kenny from going if he wanted to go. Obviously. Because when he wanted to leave, he wanted to leave. Uncle Kenny been wanting to leave. But then he wasn't going to go. When he found these people who seemed to take him in and gave him all his accolades, he's like, oh, this is my break right here. Only to find out it put him in more peril than what he thought. He leaned to his own understanding on that one. And by him leaning to his own understanding, it put him in more harm's way than good. And not saying that he meant to do this in Goshen, but him leaning to his own understanding put him in this predicament. This would be way better for me. Why? Because he was looking for a come up. And that's the real talk. That's real talk. I'm looking for a come up. Looking for a quick come up with least amount of work. That's what he was looking for. and it didn't pan out the way he wanted it to pan out. And when that didn't happen, that's when all this stuff began to start to go down. So I don't know if Josh is ready or not. Let me call him. Okay, so Monday. Okay, so I'm looking at the information, the correspondence. Let's see. All right, so let me see if I can send this to me. Okay, we got that. So we've been talking for Uncle Kenny's package for like a week or two now. Talking about getting something like Doris talked to me. Saying that Uncle Kenny's been reaching out to me. Here it is. This was December 16th. So we already been talking about doing a care package for him. We wasn't going to put kind of like any money in his hands, not at that time. But whatever he needed was to go there and actually, I guess, take care of it, since we didn't want him to be put in the same kind of predicament as he is now. Like if he gets the money and then he has to give it to them and he's not able to get what he needs to get, then that would still prolong this situation that he's in still now. Let me see. Bring it all out. Uncle Kenny has been in touch with one we call the Pie Lady. She's been reaching out to him. She's been reaching back out to me. Talking about how I talked to Uncle Kenny, have he apologized yet or about anything? Inside of Goshen was like pretty much no. That pretty much he's just wanted like, well, I'm innocent or I didn't do anything or whatever. When there is quite a lot of evidence, but that's neither here or there. We had still had came together like, you know what, all right, there's been a couple of dreams that's been had, and still those dreams are a little bit disturbing. So I was like, all right, go ahead. Let's he was like, well, let's start a care package. The Queen reached out to me about it. That's December 4th. I could show the part when I came down here and Uncle Kenny Nothing. Like no showing up or anything. None. All right. All right. Just a reminder, Kusabi, we are putting a care package together for Kenny. Though there are issues to be resolved, we have been given the go-ahead from King to assist him in a capacity we can. I'll pull some canned goods and perishables from my cupboard and we'll give to Doris to give to him, as I believe he will meet with her. In addition, fresh bread is available for purchase each morning almost everywhere for $7 each. And so I've also started a bread fund jar for him as well if you wish to contribute. So that was put out to those who were here in the Gambia. King's approval. Care package to be prepared for him. Any donated funds go directly to King to dispense towards his needs. So this has already been sent out. Like I said, this has already started this week before this would come about with Mikhail Massa, you know, saying having his passport information up there and everything. So we already had started moving towards something for him, even regardless with all the different conflict that has taken place in the past. Doris, primary contact, and has been asked to get his housing details and hoping he will convey a situation with her as he seems open to chatting with her. Now, every single time we have asked about where is Uncle Kenny's whereabouts, he has never ever divulged that information. Like I said, I have not seen him since I've been here. Not once. Not one time have I seen Uncle Kenny. So if he's really interested in getting in contact, I would have been and saw him by now. If he's able to get around and go to the ATM and pull out money for these people, then he's definitely able-bodied to meet me, to see me. But like, he didn't want to meet with Christine. He didn't want to meet with me. But then when he talks to me on the phone, he's been talking like he's been trying to get in touch with me for a very long time. I mean, do I look like I boo-boo the fool to you? Like, seriously. And I had to call him on. I was like, really, you've been trying to get in touch with me? I was like, I text you, I called you, I video called you. And when I go through that, so after I done called you multiple times, what I will do is I will screenshot the calls and the videos that I did with you and send it to you as a message. Showing what? I've called you, I've texted you, I video chat you, everything. No response. It's not on me. Click, it's on you. Click, here's a receipt. Inside of the receipt. And then I'll go through it again. I'll click, I'll call you, I'll video chat you, I'll do all this. All these things to no avail. I will literally click the whole conversation, and I will send it right back inside of the message showing what? I reached out to you. Again, no response, nothing. So then when it comes to stuff like this, you ain't got nothing to say. Be like, well, he did reach out to him multiple times. He ain't reached back at all. So which one is it? You can't say, oh, he was neglected. Oh, no. We can see him have conversations. King is trying to reach out to him the whole time when he's leaving from Arizona. Let's go pull that up real quick. See, this is the part where it begins to hurt. It's that hurt mode. Because then when you start to bring out the real evidence, now people be like, wait a minute, hold up. What's really going on? Ooh, see? I told you. I ain't got make no audio call, audio call, audio call, audio call, audio call, audio call. What? I told him to start reaching out to people. I'm asking them instructed until I say so. The leader. Why? Because he up there doing all this stuff, said all this mess, won't come clean about it. But here we go, keep doing this stuff. You have to call people for money, but no time to make amends with the king. Father has closed the doors. Play with it if you want to. Father says you are not a prophet, so stop telling people you are one. Judgment day is coming, and I'm the judge. I've screenshotted the time I've called and will post on my page that you are not trying to make things right, period. You weren't trying to make things right? Not at all. Audio call, November 5th. Come on now. There's more. Uncle Kenny, where's the anointing oil and the soap and water products? Audio call, audio call, audio call. Then we talk for 31 minutes. That's October 30th. I called him back. Okay, I will. Please call me. I called him. Guess what? Nothing come. Nothing. See? Then right here. This is at 3:52. 5:58. That's good to hear. I am good. I am well. And how are you, Uncle Kenny? He says, I am good. I'm well. And how are you, Uncle Kenny? I'm good. Miss video chat. That was 3:30. How are you? Hi. Miss audio call. This is when he told me, like, I'm trying to call you. At the time I had been trying to call him. This is the proper way to fast. I showed him that. We brought all this stuff out. Reaching out to him. I'm popping in today to pick up the anointing oil, Passover funds. I have locals on the ground who have located your whereabouts. This is you. After that, he was gone. That's October 14th. Then I had a dream. War is coming. Make a choice. Audio call. Uncle Kenny, I need people's money for Passover. October 12th. October 11th. October 10th. I said to him what? I said the money for Passover is needed. Uncle Kenny, watch this. What I say to him. Uncle Kenny, I need the money for Passover that the people sent to you. They sent that money trusting it was in good hands. I just need their money. After that, you can continue to ignore my calls and texts like you have been doing. Everything will be given into my hands from my Father. What's good now? October 7th. Audio call, no response. You have contacted many people since that time. But you up here saying you looking for me though, right? Kusabi feeling tired and weak. That's July 30th. Kusabi family feeling tired and weak, might be dehydrated. We'll check in when I have the strength. Until I went to someone's house that day, and they told me they had just got off the phone with Uncle Kenny. And I was like, oh yeah, Uncle Kenny, he's tired. You know what I'm saying? He needs to get his strength back together. And they started laughing like, what? Like, I just got off the phone with Uncle Kenny. I'm like, what? What you mean? No, Uncle Kenny said he's tired. It says I got the receipt of it right here. It says he's tired. July 30th, 7:06 p.m. You know, it says, have you been drinking water? He says, when I can. That's the only transmission I had from him at that time. No other transmission. During that time, other people was having transmission through him. They would talk to him. Just got off the phone with him. Just got through texting him. Here it is. How are you doing? September 13th, audio call, audio call. September 8th, audio call. Where's he at? Talk to me. How is he reaching out to me now? What time is it there, Uncle Kenny? August 25th, audio call. Morning, Uncle Kenny. August 20th. Read it. What's going on now? Talk to me. Where's his response now? Have you been drinking water? See, July 30th, when I can. So I've been in contact with him the whole entire time. What's up? Where you at? Where you at? I keep receipts, bruh. I keep receipts. Struggling to land, haven't been in this position before. We've got no income and depending on others, very tired. Depending on others, very tired. If he says I'm depending on others, so then that means what? He is talking about the ones he's with. But all they're doing is asking, hey, help out with the water. Bring up this, bring up that. Keeping your prayers, really need them at this time. Thank you, King David. Are you okay, Uncle Kenny? You seem to be acting a little strange. July 23rd, 2021. You are a witness for me there in the land, as I have stated before. However, Father shows forth the witness he has chosen from the beginning. This is not my job to show who that is. They simply must come forward. But they would need to be circumcised before this truth we know now. How can they stand by the Messiah and not be circumcised all this time? Truth is not biased, it's absolute. Jubilees 15 talks about the angels of the presence and the angels of sanctification are all circumcised. So the two witnesses must already be circumcised too. Father is showing me other things to take into account. Period. This is in July 23rd. Praise him for his grace. It's coming on now. Look, Annie heard, tell Uncle Kenny, Uncle, to request my app for $15. Oh, wait a minute, hold up. Is people sending him money? Where is that coming from? All the kings said, yes, send him money. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So where was that at? Right there, slap. Yep, we did a post on this when we brought out the president was killed. Thank you, Uncle Kenny. July 16th, all praises, Uncle Kenny. See, talking, right? Video chat. 2 minutes. July 15th. Video chat, nothing, right? June, nothing. Yep, getting ready for his son and dwelling place. While Father's moving quickly, leaders are dying over there. Father of the nation died, wow. Okay, that was what I heard, just confirming what the Father spoke to me, seeing me. Remember, keep me in prayer, King David. I told her not to lock you out, to make sure you had a place to lay your head, to give you the key if need be. Siami, I have a question. Carla told me that you had some instructions for me. She told me that you wanted me to go inside. She said if I didn't believe her, to call you. So I am inside. Was this statement true? Boom. Here I am. Yes, it was. Receipts. Was good. Beside Uncle Kenny. Thanks for the chat, listening in prayer. I need it, Siami King. Video chat, 41 minutes. Cashew in natural form. So what's good? What is good? Talk to me. I feel like freaking Color Purple. Speak to me. All praises to El Shaddai, Yeshua. Did you call for storms in the land? Bad storm, wind, and rain from last night, June 11th. Cool, me and Devin watching Norbit and Carter sleep. Yes, just making some more anointing oil. How are you all? Sammy, we good? I'm checking on them regularly. Checking on them regularly. How's things coming? How are y'all doing? Uncle Kenny, you good? Call drop, Wi-Fi going in and out. Talk to you later. We'll try to get back on. No, he's not. Okay, family. Send Zoom. One of the witnesses will have his seal. Powerful words. What are you getting from this before I speak on it? Uncle Kenny, powerful words. What are you getting from this before I speak on it? He who receives his witness has set his seal that Yahuwah is true. For he whom Yahuwah has sent speaks the words of Yahuwah. For Yahuwah does not give the Ruach by measure. Doesn't give what to this person? The Ruach by measure. The Father loves the Son and has given all into his hand. He who believes in the Son possesses everlasting life, but he who does not obey the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of Yahuwah remains on him. Every prophet in the Bible talks straight to the Father. Why can't you do the same? Father, forgive them. They do not know you is all. You is the creator of all. There's a large statue of Kuta Kinte Tour Museum. Looks just like OBYU. Wow. They won't stop. Truth hurts. Boom. June 4th. That was your grandson, not you, but get the point. I'm just saying. King Solomon's wise when he entering the compound. That's what Uncle Kenny said. What time is it in the land? I'm asking them. Is that a Sunday service? Oh yeah, that's right. It's on Mikhail Masa's page. They're doing a Sunday service on this month. 1 p.m. Arizona time. Good question. Not sure. We'll see if anyone has heard this. So he has talked about, you know what I'm saying? Everyone has talked about the different practices over here where the people speak what they speaking. You know, this is on a Sunday service. So we got Saturday, June 5th, the Sunday, June 6th, 12 a.m. Central European Time in Berlin. This Saturday, we will have a teaching from Nabi Kifa's Lando, whoever his name is. You know, it is. Remember to mute your mic when not in use. No artificial hair or painted nails. No shoes, no red or black clothing. What is this? Why people can't wear red? Was not the lamb's blood red? I mean, was it purple? Was it blue? I mean, I'm sorry. Was it? Can someone please tell me what is the problem in Mikhail Masa in red? He literally said that the Father don't like red. Then why did the Father have them put red on their doorposts? Why is there red in the rainbow? Why the Father split the Red Sea? Why did he turn the colors red? He turned the whole ocean red. He could have chose blue. He could like, you know what? I'm gonna turn this bad boy black. Just be the black plague in the water. No, he turned it red. Red for blue. Why did he make blood red? He could have made it black. But he didn't. Father must have some kind of relationship to red. Do you know red is also in the color for this? Like, say, for the blood, it's a testimony, it's a witness on the earth. The water, the spirit, and the blood all agree on one. If the Father is against red, he got a lot of red things going on in his scriptures. Red Riding Hood ain't got nothing on the Father. We're gonna go read that scripture. Like, what is the thing where it sounds more like a Pentecostal thing than anything? Because they always had a problem with women wearing red lipstick. You can't wear no red lipstick now. You can't do that. Because they said it reminded them of a prostitute. So I hear, put the blood on the doorpost. Now, who is lying and who is not lying? We're going to see the word, but we see that Mikhail Massa said, do not show up on his tabernacles with red on, red lipstick. Don't show up with it. What does she want to wear? Red lipstick. What if her husband like red lipstick? Baby, I love when you wear red lipstick. I love when you put that on. Just saying. That could be his favorite color. I love when you wear them red heels. Put them on right there, red shoes. But she can't wear her red slippers because Mikhail Massa has a problem with red. What she want to be like? There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. You must keep it until the 14th day of the month, when the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel will slaughter the animals at twilight. They are to take some of the blood, which is red, and put it on the sides and tops of the door frames of the houses where they eat the lambs. My goodness. He said that the Father don't like the color red. Well, he got us sprinkling our whole house, our doorposts, with red. Somebody lying. And it ain't the Father. And it ain't the scriptures. But here it is. No artificial hair. That means weave. You can't show up with weave. Can't show up with that. No. You can't show up with a bun that's not your bun. If it's not all your hair making up the bun, you can't show up. You got to pull that out. Or painted nails. You got to show up with so bland. You can't even have no colors on your nail. What if you just got your nails done? You can't show up. No shoes. What do you mean? You can't have no shoes on? I might get it. So it's like, all right, take off your shoes, for thou art standing on holy ground. But you in your own house. You ain't in this man's house. You in your own house. And in your own house, you can't wear shoes at this time when you on live with him. Am I making sense? No red or black clothing. Okay. Okay. So I guess the bra got to be either white, blue, yellow, because you can't wear a black bra. You can't wear a red bra. You can't. Nope. There's just things like that just that is very different. You know, we don't worry about that over here. You know, what color undies you got on over here. Like, hey, what undies you wear? You can't show up today. Nope, not today. The father said he hates your drawers. He hate them because they red. He ate all the red drawers in the world. Hate them. Men too. All y'all just. He hates your tongue because your tongue is, you know, close to red. Like, we don't want that. He hates that. So then, why in the world then he should have hated when St. John the Revelator said he saw pillars of feet, his feet as pillars of fire. That's red. He should have slapped the taste out of John when he was saying it. And I seen his feet as pillars of you do that for? It should have been an invisible hand reached down and slapped fire out of John because he said the word red without saying red. That's what should have happened. But it made it into the Bible somehow. Ladies must cover their hair. Sounds some black Hebrew Israelite stuff popping off here. Please be respectful of everyone and the leader of the assembly session, Nabi Mikhail Massa. Nabi means prophet. Actually, Nabi is not just prophet. Nabi is more than just prophet. It means seer. So there's one word for a prophet who just hears. That's an audible prophet. But then there's another word where it means seer. So they have the seeing gift and they have the hearing gift. That is what a seer is. Now, a seer, it's been always said that a seer is a prophet, but not all prophets are prophets. Nabi, and the father says, do not call him that, but call him Mikhail Massa. Let us be united in one accord and make this a blessed experience for all. So, if Mikhail Massa really was after helping Uncle Kenny the way that he has put out that he's trying to help him, and we're going to bring that out real quick because we're going to put it out there. Ain't got nothing to hide, nothing. We're going to write out what was sent out. Then he would have came to me. He would have came directly to me. Hey, Uncle Kenny has reached out to us, and I want to reach out to you to find out what's going on, or how can we help, or whatever. If he was really in that mindset of trying to do that. But the mindset would be that of one of trickiness. But see, since we don't have images to uphold over here. And as you can see, me talking to Uncle Kenny multiple times, reaching out to him multiple times, to where he has not reached out to me not one time since I've been here. Not one time. So to bring this out, let's address this. Mikhail Massa of the Bantu Israelites. My name is Kenneth Booker. I was born American, arrived in Gambia with an offer of a job. All right, where's other information? However, it did not happen. That's not the only reason why he came to the Gambia either. Uncle Kenny did not come to the Gambia because of the offer of a job. That was not the real reason. That was not that's the sole reason of him coming to the Gambia. He came to the Gambia because he know we're supposed to come back to the land anyway. Because the scripture says we're supposed to return back home. But the last time I checked, the Bible says that anyone putting their hands to the plow and looking back is not fit. That means once you get here and you begin to think about going back, you weren't fit in the first place. No one who puts a hand to the plow and looks back is fit for the service in the kingdom of Yah. So how in the world can you be a witness when all it takes is just a little trouble for you to get ready to go back home or to go back to captivity? Just a little shakings, little rumbles. The military had been worse than that. But the Messiah told him, anyone, and that means anyone, who puts a hand to the plow, meaning what? Having to done the work. You done took the trip already to come out of captivity to get into the land. And there's some work to be done here. And as soon as you see that and you begin to look back, oh, it was better to go back. It's no better than our ancestors who literally came out of Egypt and said they wanted to go back to Egypt, and Pharaoh was ready to destroy them too. And then looks back is not fit for the kingdom of the Father. So you already see it here. I already have put his hands here and then begin to look back. Makes you unfit for the kingdom. The cost of discipleship. Still another said, I will follow you, but the first, let me bid well to my family. Then the Messiah declared, no one who puts his hand to the plow and then looks back is fit for the kingdom of the Father. This is the Messiah speaking this. Look how it might seem harsh, but it's straight up detailed. It ain't harsh. It's telling how it is. The cost, there's a cost for discipleship. There's a cost when you move. And if you get to the mindset, I want to go back to the States, that means you ain't fit in the first place. If you ain't willing to endure, it said you must endure hardness as a soldier. It says, because watch this, it's going to go into it. Like anyone who intermingle himself into this life is like, what? Like you disqualify yourself as being a soldier. Therefore, thou endure hardness as a good soldier. Watch. Look. You therefore, my son, be strong in the grace that is in the word, and the things that thou hast heard of me among many witnesses, the same commit thou to faithful men, who shall be able to teach others also. You therefore endure hardness as a good soldier of the word. No man that warreth entangleth himself with the affairs of this life. Wait a minute, hold up. Say what? You don't entangle yourself with the affairs, with any of the affairs of this life. That he may please him who have chosen him to be a soldier. Wait a minute. He said, what? So to please him? You can't entangle yourself into different affairs of this life, it means what? Get caught up in your emotions. You therefore endure hardness, hardship, as a good soldier. No man that warreth entangleth himself with the affairs of this life, that he may please him who have chosen him to be a soldier. And if a man also strive for masteries, yet he is not crowned, except he strive lawfully. The husbandman that laboreth must first be partaker of the fruit. What did he say? Labor. There's work involved with it. Consider what I say, and the Father give thee understanding in all things. So, there's a lot to look at. However, it did not happen. I have used up all my savings. There have been days where I didn't have money for food or drink. Need a place to lay my head. All right, so he says I need a place to lay my head, but then we seen there is a bedroom that had his name on it, that he had a place to actually lay his head. Been there. See, he's not putting it out there to the people directly straight out as what really is. A narrative is trying to be painted so people can see that narrative only. So a person seems right until someone comes and cross-examine him. The first to state his case seems right until another comes and cross-examines him. So the one who opens their mouth first to speak out first seems right until another comes and cross-examines him. In a lawsuit, the first to speak seems right until someone comes forward and cross-examines. The first to speak in court sounds right until the cross-examination begins. And begin to do what? Weigh out the matter. To weigh out what really was done. To see what really happened. The first one to plead his case seems right until another comes and cross-examines him. That's what's going on right now. So he was the first one to open his mouth and speak. So everything seemed right. A man is innocent in his own judgment. And when his neighbor comes, he examines him. He that pleadeth his cause first seemeth just, but his neighbor cometh and searcheth him out. A righteous man accuses himself at the beginning of his speech, but when he has entered upon the attack, the adversary is reproved. You may think you have won your case in court until your opponent speaks. He who pleases cause first seems right until another comes and questions him. So everyone could be looking out like, oh, wow, this, but now we got all this cross-examining coming on. And now people like, wait a minute, hold up. So they had room for him. Right here is his room, literally his room. But he chose to leave. Then here's the different messages of him saying he's going. Then I have my messages of saying what took place. Then we have even Josh, who we even have more. This has been a very challenging experience. Seeking any financial help from my brothers and sisters within the truth community. May the Most High bless you. Now we all know that Uncle Kenny had words to say with Mikhail Massa as well. You know, it's like they're not in the truth. So he didn't call them in the truth community before. So this is what to lastly be a attack, a hit. Because we all know the truth is people know that Uncle Kenny can say some things behind people's back, and then come right to them and need them in the end. That's happened many times. That's the story of many people. I can actually name a few right now. I won't do it though. But that's exactly what it is. So he's been on live and he said, Mikhail Massa, this or whatever. That we know that's not true, like because we know the word says that they would not profit us anything about any what they have been teaching us, would not profit us nothing. So if what they're teaching is not true, how can you say it's within the truth community? He's trying to appeal to people's greater side through flattery. The way I'm gonna get these people to help me is if I say, hey, y'all are in the truth too. But how in the world can they be in the truth when the Father says that nothing that they teach us would be of any benefit? If it's of no benefit, then how is it true? Please make that make sense. Do we now lower the standard, lower the banner, just for help? It's the same thing as the so-called king who was of Congo giving into Christianity. For what? What was he looking for? He sold out to Christianity. He's come in and said that certain people would not last in Goshen. And he himself, he's still here, I believe. Because he told Josh, he said, look, I have not left Goshen. He said, I still have my banner up and everything like that. He said, I still know who the king is, and I'm not taking anything from that. He said, I'm just having a tough time right now. But the thing is, he don't have to have a tough time. He didn't have to have a tough time. All he had to do was be willing to pull his weight. Be willing to work. With just, with different waters or whatever. But he was not willing to do that. And that is the story, even with Devin. And she has nothing to hide. If something's wrong, Devin's going to speak out. She's going to say it like, nah, that wasn't correct, Mom. Nah, that wasn't correct, Auntie. This is what it was. Uncle Kenny was doing this, and y'all did this. She gonna put it out there. She ain't got nothing. She ain't got no dog in this fight. She don't have nothing to prove. She don't get no kind of special rewards for anything to sit up here and lie. But for her to say, you know what, I concur with what Carter said about what my mom said about Uncle Kenny. I concur. She's right there watching the whole thing. Why? Because Uncle Kenny called her twin. He called Devin twin. Hey, twin, we're going to go do this. Twin. So it's an endearment there So why would she have to lie about Uncle Kenny when there's an endearment thing there that he called her twin? She have nothing to lose in this, nothing to gain in this. She just only want the truth to be put out there and not, things to be said in a wrong light, right? So I'm not going to show the other photo because the other photo is literally his passport, that I don't want to put out there, on Facebook to be, hashed or seen in that manner. I don't want to do that. But this is what's going on at this moment. He's reached out to the pilot. I could probably call her up, but it's probably late for y'all over there. Actually, it's 6:14 p.m. If she see this video, I wish she can call in. Because she said, like, have you talked to him? I'm on the phone with him right now, and he has not apologized or anything or help. And she herself was in a bad situation. But she was still trying to help him, even though she was in a bad situation. Meaning what? She didn't have the money to give to him to help. Heck, the one people who actually gave him the money didn't have the money to give as well. But they gave. Only to find out that what they was told when they gave, it was what Uncle Kenny said to them that caused them to give. But then after, when they found out what really took place, it was like, wait a minute, we were lied to. And that's why we gave. Because we thought it was this way, we thought it was that way. But after everything was said, we found out that, wait a minute, we were lied to. And then, Doris, when she was literally propositioned for $4,500 for a Cash App. I've never seen that in my life before, but it kind of took her back, when she, seeing that Uncle Kenny asked her, he said, just Cash App me just $4,500. Now think about if that money was not going where it's supposed to go. She come out her place for her and her husband, it's gone. The money that was for the place would have been gone. Completely gone. What to show for it? To put them up in a place. But now Doris has her own apartment that has more than enough rooms for her and her husband and anyone else they want to have there with them. But if she had gave that money towards Uncle Kenny, we don't know what would have happened with that. Because he had to secure a spot, not only just for them, but that money would have been used to secure a spot for Uncle Kenny and whoever he was with. And they would probably would have gave her a room in their place. So it would have been like a room. Instead of a whole apartment or a whole house, it would have been one room for whatever money, and they would have took that money and set themselves up for a whole year, and she would have had one room there. And who knows if she still would have had to been paying rent in this place. Who knows? I'm just trying to put everything out there. So, with that, you got anything else to say? Because I'm trying to get a hold of Josh. I think he told me his phone was needed charge a little bit. But yeah. But that is pretty much what we want to bring out for Uncle Kenny. Like I said, we still got this care package that we're still putting together for him. The bread and everything that you've seen here that we said we was already doing. It's already been thought about a while back. So we talked about this like last week. We've been talking about this. There's been talks been going on between me and the queen. She's like, look, I think you should do this. So all these things has been coming out. Then the time came over, hey, Dora's like, hey, well, he reached out to me. I was like, go ahead with that. Speak to him. Heck, me and Cheryl, we done talked about it. She said, oh, Uncle Kenny reached out to me about this. I'm like, okay, cool. Josh reaching out to me about it. The pie lady, that was like, I want to say like 2 weeks ago when she reached out to me about Uncle Kenny, saying that he reached out to her for something. So people have been working, and everyone's just been working for one thing, to try to bring Uncle Kenny back in to the fold nicely with, hey, all right, I was wrong about this part, blah, blah, blah. All right, come back in. None of that was done. It was always, well, it was this, and this, and it was never, well, all right, I messed up. Forgive me, let's roll. It wasn't that way. It was like, are you sure you're not bringing up something old from when in Arizona? And I'm like, no, this is be stuff that's actually brand new from you being in the land. So with that, that's all time I'm giving to this at this moment. If anything else come up, we are here. Anyone wants to actually address us, like Mikhail Massa or anyone else want to address us, please do. The emails are open. There's ways people, I'm not hard to find. Trust me. You're trying to get a hold of me, I'm not hard to find. People can find me up on Facebook. I'm not hard to find. Trust me. Not hard to find on YouTube. I'm not hard to find on Facebook. I'm not hard to find on Twitter. I'm not hard to find. If you can't find me, it's because you're not looking for me. Because I'm not hard to find. And you can literally get easy a hold of me through messaging me, even if we're friends on Facebook or not friends on Facebook. A person can see your message. If they decide to answer it, whatnot, then y'all can actually now can message one another. Doesn't mean you friends, but you can message one another. So there's ways of contacting or even approaching this matter in a private manner or in the manner that would actually went about. So since it's already out there and since it came out in a public way, then we have to address it in a public manner. If it was addressed in a private manner, then it would have been addressed in a private manner. But since it was addressed in a public way, I have to come out with with guns loaded, with fists balled and everything else, and ready to just slam anybody that's trying to come. So, in a very respectable manner, with receipts to show that, hey, we've been here, and we still continue to be here. And anyone else who's still looking to come on down, you see what is required. You see that if your mind or your heart is not made up, if you have an option of going back, don't come. That is literally my instruction to anyone. If you don't have in your mind, there's no option to go back, then don't come. Because as long as you have an option in your mind, I can go back, you ain't looking to make it work. Because as long as that option is on the table, see, I don't have an option of going back. My mind, when I left the States, that's what it was. It left the States. It wasn't like, well, I could always go back. I've not thought about that since I've been here. Not one time. Like, oh, well, I could always go back. That's not an option for me. Either I truly solely believe this word, that it says what it says, or I just solely don't believe at all. So since I don't believe, why in the world why should a father waste time on me even trying to give me a little bit when I don't believe him so wholeheartedly. So when Abram, when he left his father's place, the father told him to leave. Abram then in his mind, well, if it doesn't work, I always come back. Father don't work with people who have the mindset of I can always go back if it doesn't work. I learned that the hard way in Arizona. Father told me to leave Louisville, Kentucky, and go to Arizona. I'm thinking in my mind, like, okay, I'm gonna go there and do what he told me to do. He didn't say I can't come back. But then when I got there, he let me know that Sunday that he called me from Louisville, Kentucky to Arizona and not to look back, which is the same thing. What? So it would be the plow would be Arizona. Anyone putting their hands to the plow and looking back to Louisville, Kentucky is not fit for what the Father's trying to do. The same thing. So the Father's leaving you to leave from the states to go to the land. If your mindset is not, when you leave here, you're not looking back. If you're thinking about you can actually look back and leave here, then don't come. Because then you're going to make yourself unfit for the kingdom. Don't do that. It says the person who's like this, you can't please the Father. So nothing you do will please him. Nothing. Because it'll be always topsy-turvy. You are not a made-up mind person. You are one who, so. So if you're not settled, the word says a double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. Not some, all of them. And it says, let not that person think they shall receive anything. Anything means anything. Don't think they're going to receive air. Don't think they're going to receive water. Don't think they're going to receive clothing. Don't think they're going to receive any kind of reassurance as long as they're like this. But once you become like this, and you truly know what it is you believe, you truly know what it is that you actually are doing, then the Father's like, all right, now I can deal with you. Because you are now in a solid state of knowing what you're doing. So I can talk to a person who has a right mind. So what's this? The Father don't deal with people who ain't got the right mind. If your mind is, the Father is literally far removed from you. He don't deal with mental sicknesses. A double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. Let not that person think he shall receive anything from the Father. The Father don't deal with people with mental diseases. And the mental disease is not being able to make up your mind. That's mental. What they consider to be mental in the military, in America or throughout the rest of the world, don't even count. Being mental is not being made up of what it is you want to do. You want to be hot, you want to be cold, you want to be cold, you want to be hot. You don't know which one you want. Choose. Then after you make a choice, then the Father deals. The Father did the same thing with us when our ancestors, when they chose the wrong land. Father was like, this land is yours, go get it. When the people came back with a negative report, the Father didn't make his decision. He waited. Then after that, he waited until Joshua and Caleb brought forth their examination. They cross-examined. Look, forget what they talking about. The Father said we can take this land. Blase, blase, blase. All we gotta do is swing a couple swords. It's our land. The Father waited before he made any kind of verdict or judgment. He listened to this person bring forth their stuff, which is wicked. Then he let forth Joshua and Caleb bring forth their stuff. He listened to both sides. Father said nothing at all while this is all happening before him. He let them bring their case and let them bring their case. But who was he waiting on? You. All right, you done heard both sides. You done heard what they had to say. You don't heard what they had to say, and they are saying exactly what I said. You heard what they had to say, and they're saying opposite of what I said. What do you say? And they was like, oh, he gonna kill us. So it's unanimous that they chose opposite of what the Father said. So after, when the people made a unanimous vote, not to go along with what Joshua and Caleb said, but to go against what Joshua and Caleb said, and to go with the 10 spies, then the Father makes a judgment, said, all right, Moses, the people have spoken. They don't believe what I said to them. So they came with all the negative stuff. Man, this was happening. This was going on. This was wrong. It was so hard. This. So it was like, he brought us out of this land so he can kill us. And when they all unanimously voted with that, I was like, fine. Take them into the wilderness. Be it unto them as they believe. Since they believe that I will bring them into the wilderness, he said their kids. He brought our kids out here so he can kill us. He said it's going to be their kids that's going to walk into their stuff. So since they don't want to believe, I'm going to take their children into the promised land, and I'm going to cause them to go into the wilderness and die off. Because since they did not believe, and they couldn't come back from that. There was no, we repent from that. Either you're going to believe the word, or you're going to die by the same word you don't believe. It's the same thing to everyone. So I'm putting this out there to everyone. So anyone who's letting this mess up their mind, you can either believe what the Father has said, that you're supposed to go back and restore the ruined places, or not believe it. The Father will let you die and let your kids rise up in your stead and do exactly what he promised you. This is no difference. Do not get it twisted. This right here does not stop anything. I believe the word wholeheartedly, whether you believe it or don't believe it, whether you are shaky about it or not shaky about it. I don't care if I don't have one red cent to me. I still believe the word wholeheartedly, period. Why? Because that's just how I'm made. And I'm looking for the same people to be the same way. But it's not a lot of y'all out there. It's not. It becomes fickle when everything changes. I needed pastors to be like in military. Literally, like, not always trying to cuddle you all the time and like, look, this is what it is. Incoming, throwing you out the way. You be like, your feelings will be already able to deal with me already as it is. But most people can't deal with me because your pastor was not military. I had a military pastor. It wasn't like, oh, come here and let me hug on you. And no, everything was military. We would show up with camouflage on, show up in military boots, show up ready for work, show up ready for war. That's my mentality, 24/7. This right here in this place is no different. They will eat you up if you come up in here with your Philly. So, I'm like Joshua and Caleb. I ain't letting go of the promises that the Father has said. What he has said he will do, he will do it. I'm not going to be the 10 spies that's going to give you a negative report, nor would I allow this negative report to affect me negatively or anyone else who's been placed over here negatively. Now, how you see it, that's on you. But you will have to give account for what it is that you believe. Now, if the Father has dealt negatively with the people who acted negatively towards a negative report, instead of acting positive towards a negative report, it's on you. The Father says you must come and rebuild the ancient ruins. That's the same thing that Caleb would say. Like, Joshua and Caleb be like, look, this is what the Father said. This is what we must do, period. Or you could be like, the 10 spies, oh, it's very hard. It's very difficult. It's this, we saw this, we saw that, and think of all the bad things you could think of in the world. And the father got mad at them because they caused a negative report to go forth inside of Israel and caused for them to actually think negatively about everything. That's why the father killed all 10 of them, while the other ones were literally allowed, they were sent into the wilderness to Hereford. So yeah. So let that be in your mind. In fact, fathers, like bring that up as a screenshot for everyone. It says, whose report will you believe? This has always been our problem. Not choosing the right report. We never go with the right report. So Numbers 13. We never go with the right report. We always choose the wrong report. We always praise him with our lips. We trust you. We love on you. But then when it comes down to what this is designed to do, which is weed out the weak, we never get past that part. We fail when it comes to that part. Here it is, reports of the spies. Let's see what happened. And they returned from searching the land after 40 days. We're in Numbers 13, verse 25. And they went and came to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation of the children of Ebo land, unto the wilderness of Paran, to Kadesh, and brought back word unto them and unto all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him and says, we came unto the land where you sent us, and surely it floweth with milk and honey. So that's all good thing. It's good like you said it is, O king, because Moses is their king. And this is the fruit of it. Nevertheless, here we go. Nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land. Okay. And the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anaki there. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south, and the Hittites, and the Jebusites, and the Amorites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea, and by the coast of Jordan. And Caleb, what did he do? He quieted the people. He comforted people. He stilled the people before Moses and said, let us go up at once. Like, all right, shh, okay, good, let's go. So all this bad stuff he's hearing that's supposed to be bad, he's still taking it as a good thing. Like, all right, that's nothing to us. Let's go. Why? Because we have a promise. We have the word from the Father that this place is ours. That's what I'm looking for. Soldiers, right? And possess it. Let's go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it. If you don't have that in your spirit, do not come. But the men that went up with him said, we will not be able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we. If you have that mentality, stay where you at. You will destroy yourself. And they brought up an evil report. And they brought up an evil report of the land, which they had searched unto the children of Ebo land. Now, the Father has said that this land is ours, so they're speaking negatively against his report. This is no difference. Saying the land through which we have gone to search it is a land that eateth up the inhabitants thereof, and all the people that we saw in it are men of a great stature. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Naki, which came from the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. And so we were in their sight. Now, the Father does not say anything. Notice this. Now, Numbers 14 is when everything about to go down. The Father says nothing. He let them all make their choice. Same thing here. Is that everyone come up with their own, saying, all right, what choice you gonna make? The people rebel. And all the congregation lifted up their voice. See, is when this happens, when the Father speaks. Remember, he let Caleb speak. He let the people, he let the 10 spies speak. He let them get it all out there. The people of Igbo land speaks nothing. It's when they made their choice, when the Father makes his verdict against them. And all the congregation lifted up their voice and cried, and the people wept that night. They've already made a choice that they don't believe. And all the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron. And the whole congregation said unto them, would the Father that we had died in the land of Egypt? It's the same thing. It was better for us to be back in America. If you have that mentality, I'm telling you, don't come. Or would the Father that we had died in this wilderness? And wherefore have the Father brought us unto this land to fall by the sword, that our wives and our children should become a prey? Were it not better for us to return to Egypt? He said, would it not be better? See, they got a mindset to return. These cannot be his people because their mindset is a mindset of quitting because it gets hard, because it's difficult. He already tell you in the scriptures that the straight and narrow is small, it's narrow, but it's difficult, and few people find it. Where the broad way is going to be easy, but it's going to lead to destruction. Were it not better for us to return unto Egypt? And there they said one to another, let us, watch this, make a captain and let us return into Egypt. So they're about to literally choose someone whom the Father has not vetted and said it's okay to be your leader. They're about to literally find a replacement for Moses and go back, watch this, if you will, to America, which is also Egypt. Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Igbo. And Joshua, the son of Nun, and Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, which were of them that searched the land, rent their clothes. So they're doing the same thing as Moses and Aaron. So you can see the same two people who will be taking the places of their leadership. So Moses and Aaron, they're literally falling on their faces like, man, what in the world? And then you see Joshua and Caleb like, this is wrong. All you gotta do is believe what the Father has said. But they don't believe. And they spake unto all the company of the children of Igbo, saying what? The land which we pass, again, the Father ain't said nothing, through to search it, is an exceeding good land. The Father is still pleading with them. Look, even though y'all done at the food right now, he still has said nothing. Now, this is the part where the Father is speaking through them out of everything. If the Father delights in us, then he will bring us into this land. Listen to what he just said, because it's going to play out perfectly. If the Father delights in us, then he's going to give us this land. But watch this. If he doesn't delight in us, then he's going to send you to the wilderness. That's where you're going to die at. If the Father delights in us, then he will bring us into this land. and give it to us, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not against the Father. So by them doing opposite of what the Father say do, is to rebel against him. So the Father said, this land is your land. Go swing a couple swords and you can have it. Instead of them wanting to swing some swords, they want to be lazy and want the land to be given to them. So they get scared. Oh, we got the giants in the land. So what? The Father says you can actually take this land. They literally let some giants, some little giants, they probably was big giants. It don't matter. It doesn't matter. It's the fact that the Father says, do it. Just do it. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care what you think about it. Just do it. They got into their feelings. They got into their emotions. Oh, they're taller than us. So what? They believe so much more in the problem than they believe into the one who actually was the one who told them to go. They deserve to die. Every single last one of them. Because number one, the Father don't have no room for cowards. So they deserve to go. If you cannot go after the Father says go, even though there's giants in the land, you deserve to die. That's just what it is, point blank simple. So they rebelled against the Father, so now they deserve to die because of rebellion. Neither fear ye the people of the land. So he's telling them, don't fear the giants. If you don't fear the giants, then guess what? You can take this land. But they fear the giants more so than they fear the word of the Father. For they are bread for us. He literally now didn't take the giants as being big, tall bread, gingerbreads for us. If you think of people as bread, you can chop them down easily. Their defense is departed from them. Why? Because the Father saying what? Their defense is telling you to go attack them. The attack system saying the defense system saying go attack them. The Father saying was the defense system, go attack them. They don't have nothing to protect them, but they still don't trust in that. They're still looking at from what they can see, but they don't believe. Their defense, if you can only go off of what you see, then literally your belief system is shallow, right? Very shallow. Their defense is departed from them, and the Father is with us. And who against them, right? Fear them not. But all the congregation bade stone them with stones. And the glory of the Father appeared in the tabernacle. See? It's when they're about to get ready to move to action to kill for the right report. So Joshua and Caleb are given the right report, and they're tired of hearing. They no longer want to hear the report of the Father. So now they're taking stones in their hands and get ready to kill Joshua and Caleb. The Father comes to their rescue. See, when people, that's exactly what's going to happen in the last days. People are not going to want to hear the word no more. They're not going to want to endure sound doctrine and be ready to kill you for the doctrine you have in your mouth. When that part comes, that's when the Father brings forth salvation. Stone them with stones. And the glory of the Father appeared in the tabernacle of the congregation before all the children of what? Of Ebo land. Look what he says. And the Father says unto Moses, how long will this people provoke me? How are they provoking them? Because they ain't believing them. It's the same way today. Same thing. Don't let the situation cause you to provoke the Father. And how long will it be? And how long will it be eerie they believe in me? Meaning what? They don't believe in me. How long would it be before they believe in me? Before they believe what I say to them? For all the signs that I have showed unto them, or shown among them, will smite them with the pestilence and disinherit them. He will do the same thing to us too if we don't believe. Do not get it twisted. Don't think because you are so nicely fit and the Father loves you and everything like that, he will not sit there and say, I don't know you. Don't do that. Don't think you so super special that the Father literally will not disinherit you because you don't believe what he said he will do. Don't be that person. You will get your feelings hurt quickly. And I'm saying this so I can literally charge every single last one of you. If you allow this situation to stop what the Father said he's going to do in your life, then it deserves to be stopped anyway. You don't deserve it anyway. You don't. Will smite them with the pestilence and disinherit them. The Father has not changed his mind. Either you believe what he says or you don't believe what he says. If you don't believe what he says, don't be mad when he disinherits you and say, I don't know you. So when you stand up there in judgment and he disinherits you, like, well, I've never really claimed you because you didn't claim me. And will make of thee a greater nation and mightier than they. Moses intercedes for the people. And Moses says to the Father, then the Egyptians shall hear it. For you brought up this people in your might from among them. The Father is pissed. He is mad. And they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land. For they have heard that the Father are among this people. If they never knew that the Father was among the people, he would have been like, you're being good. But since they know that the presence of the Father is amongst them, he cannot kill them all like he wished to. And Moses reminds him of it, like, Father, I know you're angry right now. You want to kill every single last one of them and start over fresh, but you can't do it. Why? Because you have a promise that you gave to their ancestors. And if you kill every single last one of them, you will break your promise. That's what he says to him. And that's the reason why he spares their life, because of a promise. It's not because of the people. It's not because of what he looks like. It's because the promise he gave to his ancestors. If he kills all of these people, he done literally killed, the Father has lied to the ancestors. The ancestors ain't got nothing to do with the children acting out right now. The ancestors done did their part. They done literally been faithful to the Father, did what the Father told them to do. Now these little knuckleheads who are the seed of the ancestors are refusing to believe as the ancestors have believed. So the Father can't hold the ancestors accountable for these right here. So he's like, you know what? Fine. Okay. For the ancestors' for the sake of them, that I promised them, I won't kill all of them. Why? Because they're going to have kids. I'm going to pull the seed from these who don't believe. I'm going to bring them into the promised land, and I'm going to let these who don't believe die off. That thou art seen face to face, that thy cloud, look, see this? Look what it is. That you are seen face to face, that your cloud standeth over them. This what I mean, he's coming in the cloud. I mean, he's coming with the presence of the Father. The Son of Man is coming on the clouds. He's coming with the presence of the Father. Because we see right here, face to face, that thy cloud standeth over him. That's what the glory of the Father is, which is his presence. The presence of the Father, the glory of the Father. He's going to come in the glory of his Father. He's going to come in the presence of the Almighty. He's going to come on a cloud, right? Clouds of glory. And that thou goest before them by daytime in a pillar of a cloud and in a pillar of fire by night. Now, if thou shalt kill all this people, like the Father wants to, as one man, then the nations which have heard of the fame of you will speak, saying, because the Father was not able to bring this people into the land which he sware unto them. Meaning what? They didn't swear themselves they're going to come to the land. We swear we're going to come into the land. No, the Father made a promise that they were going to come into the land. And if the Father kills them, then he kills his promise too. He makes himself to be a lie. So he cannot lie to his ancestors. He cannot lie to their ancestors at all. He can't do it, right? So for the ancestors' sake, he is going to let them live, right? But he's going to let them die off in the wilderness, right? Just so they got to raise up the seed that's going to go into the promised land, which is their children, right? So the Father will let you live just to raise up the seed that's going to replace you if you don't act right. Was not able to bring these people into the land which he sware unto them. Therefore he hath slain them in the wilderness. And now I beseech you, let the power of my Father be great, according as you have spoken, saying the Father is long suffering and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. Pardon, I beseech thee, the iniquity of this people, according unto the greatness of your mercy, and as you have forgiven these people from Egypt, even until now. But watch what happens. The Father's forgiveness and judgment. Now he's about to speak out against these people. And the Father says, I have pardoned, watch this, according to your word. But as truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Father, because all those men which have seen my glory and my miracles, which I did in Egypt and in the wilderness, and have tempted me now these 10 times, and have not hearkened, have not obeyed my voice, surely they shall not see the land which I swear unto their fathers, neither shall any of them that provoke me see it, but my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit with him, and have followed me, what? Partially, just a little bit, no, fully. Him will I bring into the land whereinto he went. This right here now lets you know that Caleb is going to outlive his generation because he believes the Father. The Father will do the same thing in our generation. He will kill everybody in our generation and leave 2 people, or leave the people who believe him in this generation. You'll look up, all these people be dying around you who's the same age as you. They just start dying off. You'd be like, what in the world is going on? Now the Father got to kill the previous generation and this generation, and then raise up the generation that's from them to actually bring them into the land. The Father has done it many times before. We just seem to think, oh, he won't do that. You keep playing with it if you want to. What you reading right here, the Father can do the same thing to our generation that quickly. Do not think because we are in the last days. The Father says in his day. Notice he did not make it about you. In their day, I will do it. No, it says in his day, meaning one person has to be alive for this promise to go forth. If he's alive and your children's alive, but you dead, guess what? The Father's still doing it in his day. Meaning what? He has a longevity in his life to bring forth what he says he's going to do. But you don't have that possession if you don't believe. If you stop believing, you can die. All I need is one person, is him. In his day, I will deliver. I can cause him to stay around here for 200 years. It still is in his day. As long as he is drawing breath, my promise is still alive. But you, the moment you stop believing, the Messiah even said to the disciples all the time, he says, your time is always ready, but my time is at a particular time. Meaning what? He says the disciples could die at any time. Your time is always ready. Meaning what? You can always be given up. Meaning what? So don't think your position is secure because I'm here. Because even though I'm here, you can still be taken. You know. And his seed shall possess it. That's a word. Now Amalekites and the Canaanites dwelt in the valley. Tomorrow turn you and get you into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. There's a word red. And the Father spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, how long shall I bear with this evil generation? Watch this. And the father spake unto Moses and Aaron, saying, how long will I bear with this righteous congregation? No, he didn't. He called them evil. The moment you stop believing what the father said he will do, you become evil. You become wicked. To believe what he says he will do is to literally be righteous. To stop believing, to put your hand to the plow and look back, you become wicked. You become evil. Do not think when you show up to him on the day of judgment that you're going to make it. You're going straight to hell. I'm just being what it is. Which murmured against me. I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel, or the children of Ebo, which they murmur against me. Say unto them, as truly as I live, saith the Father, as you have spoken in my ears, so will I do to you. The Father's going to give you exactly what you believe. So if you believe negative all the time, then guess what? He's going to give you that, just exactly what you believe. He's going to be to you as you believe. Just as they murmured, he's going to do it just exactly. It's like, he's all right, watch this. Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all that were numbered of you, according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me. Doubtless, you shall not come into the land, concerning which I swear to make you dwell therein, save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun. But your little ones, which you said shall be a prey, them will I bring in, and they shall know the land which you have despised. But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness, and your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear your whoredoms, until your carcasses be wasted in the wilderness, after the number of the days in which you search the land, even 40 days, each day for a year shall you bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and you shall know my breach of promise. You stop believing the promise, so therefore the promise stopped working for you. It is conditional. Once you stop believing, he stops working. I, the Father, have said it. I will surely do it unto all this evil congregation that are gathered together against me in this wilderness. They shall be consumed, and there they shall die. The plague on the 10 spies. See, all plagues always come from the Father. And the men which Moses sent to search the land, who returned and made all the congregation to murmur against him by bringing up a slander upon the land. Even those men that did bring evil, that bring up the evil report upon the land, died by the plague before the Father. The Father killed them. But Joshua, the son of Nun, and Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, which were of the men that went to search the land, lived still. And Moses told these sayings unto all the children of Ebo land, and the people mourned greatly. They still don't want to listen the next morning. And they rose up early in the morning and got them up into the top of the mountain. Now they want to go. That's just how our people go. After the moment is past, now we ready to do what was said we can do. or what we didn't believe the first time. We're ready to believe it now. The moment is past. Now we ready to do it. We're ready to believe. And I'm like, uh-oh, here we go. Watch this. It's about to be ugly. Because the father's like, wait a minute, hold on, what you doing? Moses gonna tell him, what are you doing? What are you doing? Watch this. They got into the mountain, top of the mountain, saying, lo, we be here, and we will go up unto the place which the Father have promised. Wait a minute, that was yesterday, bruh. Today is a whole new thing. For we have sinned. And Moses said, wherefore now do you transgress the commandment of the Father? It's like when he said go get it, you didn't believe. Now he said don't go get it, now you believe. But it's now what? Still in a reprobate mind, a rebel. Do you see? Our people have never believed the Father. Never. So how do you believe you have the right feast days, the right Sabbath day? How you think the Father's people say, oh, the Father speaks to me. He does all these things like this. Our people have never been obedient. So how can I take the words of the people in the Black Hebrew Israelites saying that they're obedient, keeping what they're keeping, when our people have never done what the Father told them to do? They have always done the opposite. Father say, go up at one time and take the land. They believe the report of the giants in the land, instead of the report when the Father says, you can take the land. Now the Father says, you can't have it. Go into the wilderness and die. Now they're trying to go opposite of that and not believe in his report on that. Do you see what I'm saying? They have a history of more a rebelling against what the Father has said versus doing what he has said for them to do. So how in the world can our people say that they're righteous and holy now in any respects? Whether they call themselves Bantus, whether they call themselves the Black Hebrew Israelites, whether they call themselves in Christianity or Islam or whatever. How can we trust that when we have a history right here of our people who are now in slavery, who were taken into slavery because of their disobedience, continue disobedience, and say now that we have the right things, that we're being obedient, doing what the Father told us to do? That cannot be. Even now, our people are still disobedient. We have so many leaders versus the one leader the word says we're supposed to have. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Our history, even till this day, still proves that we're disobedient. We're not following one leader. We're following multiples. And the scriptures only says one leader. But we still think, but then when we say that, we say, well, oh, so you the only one think you got the truth, huh? You the only one think you got it, huh? Well, the word says it. I should be like this. Well, I guess you don't believe the word in, huh? You don't believe the word in. So I guess you should go out there into the wilderness and the Father should kill you like he did the rest of the people who didn't believe either too, huh? Huh? That's what I'm going to be doing with y'all. Anyone come to me, I'm going to give you the word, and you come back with something else other rhetorical than the word, I'm going to say you need to go over to the wilderness and start dying off, just like he did with the people who didn't believe. That's exactly what needs to happen to our people. If you don't believe, you need to go to the wilderness and die. Because over here, you're either going to believe or you're not going to believe. So believe or die. That is all I have time for. Just let me know which one you are. I'm choosing dying. Okay, then I won't say nothing to you no more about it. You just go and die in peace. The one who believe, I'm going to continue what the words say. But it shall not prosper. So you're going against the commandment of the Father, but it shall not prosper. Go not up, for the Father is not among you. That should be this time, I guess, to say Siami, right? The Father is not among you, that you be not smitten before your enemies. But they ain't gonna listen. Just like previous times, they have not listened. They're not gonna listen this time. But the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and you shall fall by the sword, because you are turned away from the Father. Therefore, the Father will not be with you. But they presumed, again, they assumed, they led to their own understanding to go up unto the hilltop. You know, we're gonna go up anyway. We don't trust what you say. So look, they showed that they don't trust the Father, and they never trusted Moses. Never. They're still not listening to him. Moses said, the Father's gonna raise one up on you, amongst you, like as unto me. And they don't listen to Moses. So what do you think when he says, when the Son of Man shows up, will he find faith? Meaning what? He ain't gonna find people listening. Majority of the people are going to be against him than for him. More people are going to be questioning him more so than actually doing what he say do. More people are going to fit into that category than anything. And you're going to be in the same category as Moses telling these people now. But they presumed to go up unto the hilltop. Nevertheless, the ark of the covenant of the Father and Moses departed not with them. It departed not out of the camp. Then Amalekite came down, and the Canaanites, which dwelt in that hill, and smote them, and discomforted them, even unto Hormah. That's what they get. They deserve to have their behinds whooped. They didn't believe the first time, so they got what's coming to them. What unbelievers get. No inheritance. The Father literally disinherited them. He didn't inherit the whole entire generation, meaning like their kids, but he disinherited them. The Father could do the same thing to us. Just like he promised just like he promised Caleb and Joshua. He only promised them life. He's like, look, y'all gonna live because y'all believe. The ones who came with y'all, they gonna die. He sentenced them to death, and sentenced to Joshua and Caleb, hey, you're gonna get older, but you ain't gonna die. I've spoken life into you. So even if death wanted to come, death is like gotta run from Joshua and Caleb. Any kind of illness, anything try to take them out, it has to run because the Father's already given them a promise of life. You cannot die. You have to come up out this wilderness. Everybody else, you're gonna go into this wilderness. You're not coming up out this wilderness. You're going to die right here in this wilderness. Only Joshua and Caleb has the power to come up out of this wilderness. He can say the same thing to you. You have to die here, but you have the power because you believe what the king is saying. You have the power to come up out this wilderness. So if everyone else gets caught up in this wilderness, he can allow you and your kids to live because you believe the report what the Father is saying, or go against it and actually be thrown with everyone else to be killed. The word is right here. We ain't making up nothing. It's right here in your face. What the Father said he would do today, he'll do it forever, right? He doesn't change. So the Father did not, if he done it before, he can do it again. It's like our people now in our mindset that we don't think that the Father will do this to us. Like, he just loved me so much that he will not allow us to die in the wilderness. But the Father doesn't change though. So it's one way to say it out of my mouth, one lip, we'll purse it and say, Father doesn't change. Then the Father doesn't change. You should not be thinking in any shape, form, or fashion that he will not do this to you. Heck, I'm a son and I don't even think that way. I'm like, I don't play with him. No. I know my place. And when me know my place, I'm still not going to play with him. I'm not going to play when it come to this. Do you know I was literally, this is what I was faced with when I was in that place. And the Father says, they brought you back here through the back door, but you're gonna go out the front door. But I had all this information that came up saying, hey, we're taking you today. Either I was gonna believe what the Father said or believe what they said. This is what I was reading. I was reading about the resolve of our people, what took place. Father was like, do you believe what I said to you? I was like, yes. He said, then rebuke the devil. And I'm in the restroom, rebuking the devil against the circumstances that's going on in my life. I'm rebuking them. They're trying to take me up out of it and take me to somewhere else. They've already said the paper here. My mind. It's easy to believe when you ain't got nothing else coming against it. But the moment something else comes against something against it, and they have paperwork. So the Father done said something specific to you that you heard him. You wrote it down. But they got paperwork to speak against what you just heard. You've been heard it when you first got there. As soon as the first day you get there, boom, Father's speaking to you. You write it down. Every day you asking, hey, you got anything yet? Anything yet? Anything yet? On the day you're supposed to be leaving, hey, today paperwork hit my desk saying it's for you to go somewhere else. What? What do you believe? Anyone can say they got faith until your faith is tested. That goes totally opposite of what's been said to you. Now how do you move? Now is he still a good Yah? Is he still good? Is he still worthy to be praised? Does he still know what he's doing? Is he still worthy? Does he still exist? Because it seems like these little problems right here cause people to say, well, I don't even think he even exists. I don't even think he even care about me. I can have all those same emotions at that time, but guess what? They're not needed. None of those emotions are going to help me see my way through this place. So yes, I can be emotional. Oh my God. For what? They're not good. They ain't going to help me none. The flesh is going to profit me nothing in this instance. So I've literally cut all emotions off at this time. I don't need to be emotional. I need to be able to think. I don't need to be worried. I need to be a warrior. So at this moment, I leave and I go to the room. And there's a camera right there in my room. So I go to the restroom and I go to the back cut of it. And I'm thinking, and the first thing that goes in my mind is this situation, Numbers 13. Father told him about the land, it's their land. And Father was like, he comes to me, he's like, I know you've been presented with this. He was like, what do you believe? What do you believe? And before I answer, I do a report. I go back in a glance of what our ancestors have done and what the punishment was for them when they chose it. I was like, man, you told them they had the land. They didn't believe, and it was sent into the wilderness. Joshua and Caleb was the only one who made it up out of that because they believed you. I saw if I go against what he says, it's not going to be good for me. And my situation can now change from you walk through this door, you came through the back door, and you go into the front door. That could change easily if I change up on him to where since now I believe them, then now I relinquish the promises of the Father, which is me getting up out of there. I can't have that. So I put all my focus on what he says. I was like, I believe you. I believe you wholeheartedly because I've literally done looked over it. I literally examined the the recoil for not believing what the Father said. I looked at what happened to them. I saw their bodies dropping in the wilderness. I was looking at it, I was like, oh, heck no. I'm not staying here. I gotta get up out of here. I don't care what it looks like, what it feels like to me right now. I believe you. Then Father says, all right, then rebuke the enemy and get up out of here. That's simple. I could have been emotional. Why are you doing this to me right now? Why you care about me? Why am I here? I could have did all that. They about to take me away. Many of y'all would have probably been taken away because you know why? You don't believe. So when something come opposite with it, like, well, if he really was there for me, then this, and then your situation get worse because you don't believe. You don't understand your situation gets even worse because of your disbelief. When you just simply will believe and put your hands towards what you believe versus you receiving because you don't believe. When you don't believe, you receive a reward for that too. People just think they're going to receive a reward for believing, and they expect to see that quickly. But when you don't see that, you receive more of your unbelief reward, quickly rewarded to you, than the one when you believe. So I believe the Father. Father tells me instructions, then rebuke the enemy and get up out of here. I was like, I bind you, Satan, in the name of the Father. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying in the name of Yahusha, name of Yeshaya. At this time, I'm just calling him Yahusha. I say in the name of Yah, I come against you. I'm binding you. I'm up here praying in my language at this time. And as I'm praying in my language, I felt a release. After that, I just waited. I got up. I mean, I was already standing up. I went to the room. I just laid down on the bed, left from the restroom, went straight into the room, lay down in the bed to go to sleep. Like everything is in your hands now. They come to my door like 5 minutes later. You come in, say, hey, come with me. Emotions could be welling up like they're trying to keep me. I could say anything at this moment. It's not best to speak. When your emotions is cloudy like that, don't say nothing. Because anything could be brought up as a case against you. Best response is shut up. If you are emotional wreck, say nothing. Because you can make things worse if you open your mouth. I guarantee you. My emotion was to have the best thing of me. I won't let them. I won't even speak. I'm just walking. I know what I said. I know what I believe. I'm just walking. I get to his office. He says, what did I tell you when you first got here? He said, not to make any ripples, right? When you get up out of here. He said, but then you made some ripples. And you called the VA. And you told them about your whereabouts. When you did that, then pissed someone off. So then they put in to keep you. I could say something now. Put in, nothing. I'm resisting the urge. I ain't said nothing. I ain't blurt nothing out. I ain't stop him. I just listen. At that time, anybody else would have let him have it. Like, what do you mean? Blah, blah, blah. You're messing things up because you're emotional. You're messing everything up because now you're going off of your own understanding versus finishing till the whole system is done, until he's done. So I let him finish. And then he goes to his whole spiel and says, so this person goes about to make sure that they can keep you and send you somewhere else. And they actually put in the paperwork for you to be going today, around this time. And I could say something right now like, dang, the paperwork is done. I could say like, dang, what I believe is wrong. At that moment, nothing. My mouth is quiet. My brain is quiet like, nope, we ain't believing it. Anything's coming in, I'm casting thoughts down. Casting thoughts down. As he is speaking, I'm casting thoughts down. I'm just holding on to it. I said, I know what I prayed. I know what I believe. Then he says, you know what? She made this thing for 4 o'clock or close to 6 o'clock. They have until like 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock to pick you up, or even until tomorrow to pick you up. But the only thing is, your thing is over at 3. Yes, it's over at 3. So what she done put the paperwork in for, you will never see, because there's no connection between 3 and 4 or 6. Your thing is over at 3. I don't see no need to actually bring the connection together. So at 3, you're released. Just like that. Yeah. All right. Have a good one. So even though she done put the work in, she didn't connect the dots. So the enemy came in to try to attack the father, attack what the father said to me earlier. He says, look, you're going to walk up out that door. I believed wholeheartedly that I was going to walk out that door. I don't care what came against me. I don't care what my feelings were. People think like, oh, he's emotional. No, it's a reason for it. I'm not saying you have to be super emotional. I'm just saying at the time when things are going down, your emotions hurt worse than it can actually benefit you. And they could have. In that instance, if I had went off on anything, it would have showed what? Signs of what? Unstableness. Your emotions at that time looks unstable. Very unstable. Hey, you might just start to belong here. I was going to let you go, but now you're starting to show some signs of, I was going to let you go around 3, but since you done showed all that, I think I'm going to connect the dots for 4, the 5, the 6 for tomorrow. See how they would have played out easily to the enemy's hands? So your emotions don't help you. They actually can hurt you far greater than help you in situations like that. Overly charged situations, emotions should not be brought into it, because you cannot think. When you become angry, all faculties of thinking are cut off. You can't do both. You have to first calm down, and then you can think again. Because most people get so angry, they don't see any reason about any reason whatsoever. Everything is on the standpoint of just emotions and its destruction. So that's my own testimony. This is no different. I don't care what it feels like. When it gets hard like this, you cut off your emotions. You hold on to what the Father has said. And when you show that unrelenting or whatever keeps coming your way, you will see the promise. Or keep playing this way and thinking the Father's going to show you something. The Father has promised that anyone who is like this, he will never show you anything. The only thing he promised to show you when you're like this is that he will continue to be distant from you. It says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Let him not think he shall receive anything. That means not an answer. That's not even a snicker. That's not even a sneeze. That's not even a hello. You ain't receiving nothing from the Father. But it didn't say you can't receive anything from Satan. You can receive a lot of stuff from Satan while you like this. But you can't receive nothing good from the Father. Everything, you're like, well, he ain't talking to me right now. You know why? Because your emotions is like this. My emotions had to be together when I was in that place. Because if my emotions was like this, if I was like, he can't better talk to me, I wouldn't have been able to hear him. As soon as it said something, I was like, I ain't doing that. My emotions was like this. And I had to keep them that way. The Father was like, you believe what I'm saying? Yes, then rebuke the devil. Watch this. Once my emotions was intact, and I believe what he said. It gave me authority. By me, if I was not believing what he says, then I lose authority. As long as you're like this, you have no authority. None. Father ain't gonna give no authority to a person like this. It's when your authority comes when it's like this. Father, I trust you. I believe you. All right, now ask. As long as it's like this, you can't ask for nothing. Once my mind, once I believe, Father, I believe what you said. You believe it? Yes. Then rebuke the devil. I was given authority. Rebuke the situation that you're in right now. What he's trying to cause for you, you rebuke it right now. Take authority over it, because you took authority over your emotions. You took authority over your thoughts. Since you have literally mastered your thoughts, mastered your emotions at this moment, take authority over it. And I spoke to my situation. And when I spoke to my situation with the authority that was given to me from the Father, I watched things change within 10 minutes. That quick. Paperwork, still paperwork, but it's not for me. They can come, but they ain't coming for me. They got my name on a piece of paper, but they're not for me, because I ain't gonna be there. I don't literally done authoritative myself about it. I'm talking about an instant. Soon as I said, this is a wrap, it's over. Went and lay down in the trust that I have said what I was told to say in the restroom. It was 5 minutes later after that. Boom, call me to the office. 5 minutes after that, boom, you going home. That's how fast it happens. But Father wouldn't be able to do that if I was like this. It would have been a whole total different situation. And it was trying to literally what? Petition me a year after year after year. In these places, you can get petitioned yearly. So that they see you one time, all right, we think he needs to stay here. Okay, then the next year, it's like, well, we want to petition him for a whole nother year. Not for a month, not for 2 weeks. You can stay there for another year. And they can petition you for another year and petition you for another year. We want to actually do, we want to watch him for another year. We want to watch him for another year. We want to watch him for another year. They can keep you in it for 10 years just by watching you. Keep you drugged up for 10 years. And that could have been all my future if I had doubted what the Father said to me from the very beginning. I don't have room for doubt, because doubt can cost you your life. Doubt can cost you your freedom. Play with those words if you want to. Ain't no one speaking that bold to you on any place. Ain't no one speaking to you. They teach you about spirituality, but ain't no one telling you how to literally sit there and get results. Your results come from when you have a resolve in your emotions. The Father ain't gonna never give nothing to you when your emotions is like this, ever. Because you are double-minded. And if the Father does, the Father rewards you for being double-minded. And that is not the scriptures. The scripture says a double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. Meaning what? Your emotions. You are an emotional wreck. The Father ain't gonna give nobody no authority who are an emotional wreck. You must first get your faculties in alignment. You must get your emotions in alignment. He told freaking Cain, get your emotions together. He says, sin is at the door. And it was his emotions. He says, sin is crouching at the door, but you must master it. He was talking about his emotions. Cain became emotional and killed Abel. That was his emotions that killed him. Cain's emotion got the best of him, and he slew his brother. The father saw his emotions getting out of hand and said, look, hey, sin. He called it sin. Your emotions, he called it sin. See, he said, sin is crouching at your doors, right there waiting. He said, but you must master it. This is before the Messiah will come and die for sins and everything. So what about that now? People can use all the kind of excuses that they want to. But here is Adam and Eve already in a fallen state. And now he's talking to the children who have not failed. That's powerful. Cain and Abel have not done any sin whatsoever. They ain't sinned. But the father telling Cain, you must master the sin that's at the door. Sin is brought into man through their fall. So it means like what? You have a tendency to sin. Doesn't mean you have to, but it's there because of the fall of your parents. And he tells them, you must master sin. You ain't got to let it have you. You can master it. But Cain gives into it. And then he kills his brother. And because he does that, it puts a mark on him. Why? Because the father spoke to him. The father spoke to him to master it. Since he did the opposite of master it, then the father got to mark you because it's disobedience. The father told him to master it, meaning he had the power to master it. Instead of him mastering it, he didn't do it. So therefore, this is rebellion. Therefore, rebellion has a mark to it. Obedience has a marking to it as well. It's the same thing, right? So, all praises to the Father, man, for those who are believing and you got your emotions intact, you got your mindset intact. Power, authority for your situations is given. It's given. It will be given. You be like, you'll hear exactly specific words to say. Say this. Take authority over this. You be like, what? Wait a minute. Whoa. It was right. When you have your emotions, your mindset stuck on what he said, and you won't let nothing detour you from it, you'll be surprised how miracles come in. That's how miracles work. Miracles must work first with a founded word. They're believing the Father for something. And they're not allowing any kind of option outside of the word to detour them. So that means this presents itself as an option, but they're like, that's not an option. This presents itself as an option. That's not an option. The word says this, so it must be this. And I'm not receiving this nor this as answers. The only thing I'm receiving is this right here. When your mind becomes that way, there's nothing on the earth that will stop you. As long as you are looking at options this way, anything can destruct you. Guess what? You will never receive what the Father has for you. Never. You will never receive it because you got too many options. I don't have options. My option is, this is what you said, this is what I want, and now this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this will do. I want that. So my mind becomes tunnel vision. Are you just narrow-minded? I sure am. I don't see this, I don't see that, I want this. Well, what about this? I don't even care about that. Well, what about that? I don't care about it. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about this. Unless we talk about this, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about this. That's it. That's it. And then when I turn this way, my mind's still the same way. It's just I'm here. As it is. I don't see over here. I don't care what they do. My mind right there. This is what the words say. This is what the word said. This is what it is. This is what it's going to be. Well, what about this? I don't care about that. What is all these? What else? It's this. This is what he says it's going to be this way and this way only. So you don't think nothing else. Nope. This way or this way only. I don't care to have this conversation no more. This is where I'm at. And no one gonna detour me from what it says. Until you get that mindset, you will always be messed up. You ain't gonna ever have no authority because you have guards down. You can look over here. I don't have that. I got it like this right here. I don't want to see that. I don't care to see what's going on over there. I don't care to see the troubles over there. I care about what the Father says will be done. That's it. You need to get tunnel vision. Become narrow-minded. Narrow-minded people make things happen. People who are broad-minded, you're going to be everywhere, but you will get nothing done. Successful people are narrow-minded. Rich people, the white people who are killing you, narrow-minded. All we see is your demise. We don't see on how to be good to you. Even when we're being good to you, we know we see a demise at the end of it. We don't see how to be your friend, see how to see anything different. There's no other option over here. All we see is we want to kill some Igbos. And they've been good at it because they're narrow-minded. Our people, broad-minded. Here, 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 everywhere but here. Broad all over here. But when it comes to the word, they're broad when it comes to the word too. Oh, it ain't got to be that way only. It's only just one person supposed to be up here speaking. That's what it says. And if that's what it says, that's what you need to be believing. And if that's not what you do believe, or if you don't believe narrow-mindedly the word, then you're going to have some problems in your life. And it will be stemming because a lack of belief. It's going to be the same way, just like these people over here in the word who did not believe. Do you understand? It is evil to not believe the Bible. It's evil. He called them wicked. So you can call your belief, well, I don't really believe you're a wicked person. So how do you think you ready for judgment to stand before the Father and you don't believe what his word says to the T? If the Father says it's one leader, then dang on is one leader. If you believe it's going to be multiple leaders, if you ain't sold on what the Father has said, if the Father says Twinkle Toes is going to be your leader, then dang on it, you better be expecting Twinkle Toes to be your leader. If you're expecting Twinkle Toes with a little bit of salt, Twinkle Toes with a little bit of, with a little bit of thunder, if it didn't say Twinkle Toes with a little bit of thunder, you are about to mess up. If he said Twinkle Toes, he meant Twinkle Toes. Twinkle Toes with a little bit of thunder. No, he said Twinkle Toes. So, but most people get sold on the Twinkle Toes with a little bit of thunder. We got a little bit of thunder to it. That's not it. If you accept that, you can't receive Twinkle Toes. That's what it means. The ones who I'm looking for are ones who are sold out to the word. The word says this, so this is what I believe. Doesn't matter how they feel about it or what they think about it. Since he has spoken it, he is the one who does it. You didn't speak none of this. You didn't speak this. So what is it that you have to lose from it for believing it? You're believing what he has said. If you can't believe that, how can you believe that he's going to say something to you? If you can't believe what he said to someone else back in the day, how can you believe what he said to you right now? How can you believe what he said to you a week ago? Do you understand by you believing what he said years ago, thousands of years ago, it strengthened the resolves that he said to you? If you don't have any resolve in what he said to the people back then, how can you have any resolve for what he says now? How? That's stupid. It don't even make sense. oh wait a minute, I believe what you said about me, but I can't believe what you said in the word way back then. I can't believe that. That is not balance, not even shape, form, or fashion. Now you're dealing with a case of a person who is really a unbeliever by going up under the guise of saying they are a believer. This is the whole case, for the most part, for the whole entire nation of Igbo. Because instead of having the one leader, they have this leader, this person speaking to them, this person teaching. They have Mac Allen speaking to them. Someone keeps posting this dude named Mac Allen. Who the word is a Mac Allen? Where's he at in the scriptures? And I'm going to send them Mac Allen to teach them. If it doesn't say that, stop posting him. I don't care to hear what he got to say. Not even a little bit. I don't. My mind is tunnel vision. If it says that King Awa was supposed to teach us, then dang on it, I'm looking for King Awa. Is this King Awa right here? That's him? I'm taking every word he says. All right, cool. Well, he did his, I don't care what he did. His word right here, the word tells me that I'm supposed to listen to him. Doesn't matter how you feel about it, how I felt about it. It says it. So since it says it, that's what I'm obedient to this word. I don't care what you feel. I don't care what you think. I'm not listening. I see what the word says and I'm going off of what the word says. That's how you need to get. That's how I am. That's how I'm achieving all that I'm achieving, because I'm like this. I don't even hear y'all. Most of the time I don't hear people like, you don't even listen to me. You know what? You're right. Sometimes I don't. Because it's good I don't. Because I'll be messed up just like a lot of people if I did. I'll be topsy-turvy. I'll be like, I believe 1 minute, next minute I don't believe, next minute I do believe, next minute I don't believe. No, I believe this word. I believe everything this word says. So I'm always reminding myself what the word has said. Regardless of what is going on around me, I believe what the word said. So I only say what the word say. And I don't, busy myself what other people believe or think or what is going on around me or this is going on. Like, I don't want to hear all that. I don't care to hear all that. It's distraction. This is all I care about. Why? Because you're included in this. The word right here has everything to say. All the plans worked out right here in the word. If I start believing this, going to the left, going to the right, and all that stuff like that, everything gets messed up. I don't have time for that. Got time for only this. What does the word say? Well, I know I seen right here in Ezekiel, it says this, in Revelation it says this, Joshua says this, Malachi says this, Proverbs it says this, Psalms it says this, Genesis it says this, Exodus says this, Deuteronomy says this. I care about what it says. These are reports that I can take into myself and see something happen. Something else from another book, from somewhere else, I don't care about that. Give me what the Bible has said. From the Apocrypha, from the Old Testament, from the New Testament. I'll take those books any day over any other book you could try to throw my way. I can care less about those other books. Give me the Bible. I will cut down what you thought you knew with the Bible. I will literally destroy a lot of stuff in this earth with this one book. What they consider to be great, we will use the Bible literally to make it humble. Because the Bible says so. You need to get into you because the Bible said so. Not because this person, because the Bible said so. Well, why do you believe? Because the Bible said so. Well, why do you believe this? Because the Bible says so right here. Well, what about this show that doesn't, I don't even care to hear all that. The Bible says, did the Bible say that? No, it didn't say that. So you believe everything this Bible says? Yep, I sure do. Even with all the, yep, sure do. I still believe it. Because people still believe in books that's written by imperfect people still. The book from Timbuktu, it's written by an imperfect person, but they're going to believe that book over what the Bible says, which was written by the Spirit of the Father, who impressed upon men to write about their testimonies. What impressed them to write Timbuktu? What impressed them to write about the Gospels of the 12 disciples? What about that? What impressed them? What spirit was behind that book? Because obviously there's a spirit behind these different books. I know there's a true spirit that's written in the Bible, that it was the Father's Spirit who impressed upon the disciples or the people who wrote in that book. What spirit impressed them to read the book that you're saying now is the truth? What evidence do you have to show that it is? My evidence is all through the book. I can see the stuff happening around me. What evidence do you have? That's why I trust that book. I trust that book with my whole entire life, my whole entire being. I will die for that book. So anyone try to bring me and try to detour me away from that book because of this and that, we ain't on the same level. I will cut you so hard, so fast, you won't even know you bleeding. But I will not entertain anything outside of the Bible. I don't care about no spirituality. Give me the Bible. My Bible is the spirituality I need. My Bible is the natural thing I need. You want spiritual? Get the Bible. You want to be so spiritual? You want the spiritual power, the spiritual manifestation? Get into the Bible. Get into the Apocrypha. Get into the Old Testament. Get into the New Testament. Get into it. Believe it. Not only believe it, begin to live it. Find a certain script. I'm going to do this right here. Draw closer to him. If the book he wrote, draw closer to that book. He would draw closer. He would draw closer to you. You want to get far away from the Father? Stop believing the Bible altogether. Just start having different, problems with different scriptures. Just like, I don't know about that one. The Father will sort out the bad problems in there. He will sort them all out. Oh, this is true. Oh, that's not true. He will begin to sort everything out. That's what the teacher is there for. That's why he got King David, because so you can see what is true, what's not true. Father be like, all right, now tell him this right here. This, you just trust in that. You be good. I got something else to bring out, but I don't want to bring it out in this video. I'll bring out another video sometime, whatever, maybe tomorrow or something like that. But I'm gonna get up off of here. For those who know, who need to know, the Sabbath will be on Thursday, Friday. Friday for those who are in the land. Thursday night for those who are in the Americas. All right. That's all the time we have right now for Truth Colors. Hopefully people got not only just a earful, but you hear what is expected, of you here in Goshen, and also not here, but also from the Father. What the Father expects. The Father named us Goshen. So everyone who comes to the land is Goshen. Everyone. Period. When the people start to come in, they're going to be Goshen too. Those who keep Goshen are called Goshen. That's what the Father said to me. And that's what's been. We've been doing this before the name Goshen was given. So we was already keeping this like two years at least. And then the Father came in and was like, hey, this is what this is. And he named it Goshen. So, all praises to him, because it's all about his name being made great. He gave me his name, so I share in with his glory. Like he says, I will not, share my glory with another, meaning why? Because he's already shared it. So he's already shared his glory with me. So with that being said, there's gonna be some things that's gonna begin to start happening here. The enemy's trying to stop that. Since the Father has said what he said, the enemy's job is to come against what is written. That's why you want to believe what's written, because the enemy's gonna try to come against what's written. So you're gonna see if the Father says I'm gonna give him glory, then the enemy's job is to do what? To try to take it away. Try to cause problems. So when you see stuff like this happening, know it's because the enemy is trying to come against something the Father has already said. Thousands of years before we would know it. That's what's happening. So I have to come out with everything and lay all the truth out on the line right now. Why? So everyone can see this and make a right decision when it regarding Uncle Kenny's situation. To see there wasn't no one just sitting up here just neglecting him. He simply chose to walk away from a lot of things, and we can see it in the text. We can see it, and he has a room right now. I can go to the room right now, take the whole computer in there, and show it to you. You'd be like, what? Then what? And people ask him questions about that, he'll have to dance around it. Like, see, what happened was, now what? So, don't be fooled by the hype. All right? May the Father's will be done. All right? Remember, truth is not biased. It's absolute. King out.
Yeah, so we are here at Truth Colors today, and today I blew my brother Yasha's mind, by telling him something that he didn't even know about, You see, the Father works in amazing ways. Yasha has had, see the background that I have right here? It has many colors. It's the Truth Colors background. So Yasha has had it since he started his YouTube channel. So me in the process of doing reading my stuff and all that, I've read about the coat of many colors. The father, all the patriarchs in the Bible used to have that coat. It goes down from Adam all the way till Joseph, and during the period of Joseph is when the coat kind of disappeared, but it was the coat of many colors. The same thing is what my brother Yasha here has, Truth Colors. So you guys need to know that where all the colors for the truth are is where the Father dwells. So this guy has the truth and it's a bomb. If you guys are still double-minded, it's for your own doom. Check him out. Always listen to his words. The Father says, you listen to what he tells you. You don't look at what he's doing. Listen to what he's telling you. If you follow the instructions, boom, you'll be saved. If you look at Adam and Eve, they didn't follow the instructions. The Father gave them the instructions. They went away from it. They did their own thing. They leaned onto their own understanding. But right now, he's speaking to all of us through Yasha. So we're supposed to listen to what Yasha is telling us. Truth Colors. That's where the truth is. the way, the truth, and the lie. Yeah, my boy.
Appreciate it, fam. Appreciate it, fam. I do.
All right, you gonna cut it?
Yeah. All right, fam.
Thank you for subscribing and supporting my Patreon channel, where the truth is not biased. It's absolute. I dedicate this channel through Nzambi Zulu to the awakening of my people and discovering who they truly are, to bring out information and revelation that they may not see anywhere else. And as we embark on this journey together, feel free to shop with us. OBYU, featuring our brand, Goshen Black. You can also purchase New Truth music from me, your boy Heart of Song, aka Music, featuring Etana, Nzambi, JG the Messenger, and other great artists on CD Baby and iTunes. It's time to awaken to the truth and power. Aren't you tired of being lied to? Truth speaks. Truth awakens. Truth colors.
Other sons.
Revelations. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark into his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night who worship the beast in his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works, in death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded or who murders or is sexually immoral or uses witchcraft or worships idols or tell lies. They will be thrown